Good morning, everyone. We will reconvene. We have some just minor housekeeping matters to address first, and then we'll back in the applicant's hands, I think, for Mr. Murphy and anything else to conclude its case. Starting with the easy ones first, Mr. Murphy, we have both reviewed and read your rebuttal, so we won't require you to read it. So we can just go straight into questions once you've done your summary. And equally, Council, for the Regional Council and District Council, we've reviewed your submissions overnight. I do understand, however, that you may want to elaborate on some of those. So we reviewed them, we're familiar with them, but you present them as you wish to have them presented. We have also signalled previously that we were looking at undertaking the site visit tomorrow, and unfortunately the weather, I doubt, is going to play ball from what I see. I think there's a forecast of 50 to 60 mils of rain, and we don't want to be rushed. So we are likely to push that site visit out into a period of less inclement weather. It doesn't have to be beautiful, but it definitely does need to be dryish. So we'll be engaging with some directly, just to remind the parties to engage with Lauren rather than coming to us directly, but we also have had some engagement via Lauren about people attending the site visit with us. And it is of a reasonably unique nature. Mrs. Marsh approached us yesterday about being present for some initial engagement with tangata whenua on site, or initial welcoming, which I wasn't privy to, but Mr. Fetu was. So I was just going to ask Mr. Fetu to set out that approach and to see if any party had any concerns around that, and equally if any party has commentary on any of the other things I've just introduced, then once Mr. Fetu has described that approach and what's proposed, then we're open to the floor for comments and questions around that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning all. So yesterday afternoon I was approached by our kaumātua for Ngāti Whakahimo, just to advise that he would like to open the space in Karakia for us before we went on to the site visit on the Marsh's property. I guess I had advised our kaumātua that I had initially had no issues with it, but I had to take it back to the chair and to the panel. But that after the karakia, he couldn't be with us thereafter and participate in our site walkover. So that's my understanding of what was discussed between myself and our kaumātua.
We are attempting to do that, but sometimes you tend to forget and then you don't turn them off. So does any party have a particular issue or commentary they wish to raise about any of what we've just set out?
Could I just confirm it is acceptable to the commissioners for Mrs. Marsh to be present while the karakia is given, as long as she doesn't speak?
Yes, yeah. I think if we can give some assurance to the party, it's a relatively confined site. I think we can find our way around it. We would be expecting some sort of induction of safety issues or things we have to avoid. But after that, Mr. Fetu and I plan on taking our own course around the site and reviewing what we need to. We certainly don't think we need to be accompanied or things to be explained. So.
Thank you.
No issue with that approach as you've outlined it. Thank you.
Any other commentary around those issues? All right, thank you. Ms. Ham, we're back with you.
Thank you. So we'll go to Mr. Murphy. I'll call him. I did forward through this morning to Lauren the documents I talked about yesterday, and that included an updated set of provisions, an updated set of plans. So just to flag, Mr. Murphy may ask Lauren to bring those up on the screen. And just to also confirm for completeness, there's no changes to the actual plans themselves. It's just changes to the notes on the plans, which Mr. Murphy will talk to. Thank you.
Right, kia ora tātou, good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? Thank you. Yeah, kia ora all. I'm in design, and I've been employed in that role since September 2021, and since that time I've been assisting Mr. Coles with the preparation of Plan Change 95. I can confirm my qualifications and experience as that is set out in my brief of evidence dated the 24th of October and 12th of November. Just on some kind of administrative matters, so as Ms Ham alluded to, the rule set's been circulated, which I'll come back to at the end of my presentation. Yeah, Ms Coyle, could the plan set that was issued this morning be available on screen, but also there was a plan set issued yesterday, which is it's a more context plan. Yep, are those two available? I'll just mention when I'm going to speak to those, and if you can then bring them onto the screen, that'd be good. Thank you. Just today I'm going to briefly summarise the key points of my evidence in chief. As the Commissioner have noted, the reply evidence has now been read, so I won't go into that. I'll also seek to respond to several questions that were posited by the Commissioners yesterday to various experts, which I'll answer to the best of my ability. As no secret in this instance, the fundamental issues here are the availability of pathways through the MPSUD and the MPSHPL, so I'll go straight to that. Starting with the MPSUD, I wish to echo the evidence of Mr Coles yesterday and confirm my own opinion that the existing settlement of Aroa Road, which the site borders, is urban or predominantly urban, to cite the definition of the MPS, or the term used in the MPSUD. It's not defined in the MPSUD, but my opinion and that of Mr Coles is that it's urban based on consistency with numerous planning documents that have either been produced or amended to give effect to the MPSUD. Terms such as urban activity, urban areas and settlements are defined in those documents, and we have looked at the pattern of Aroa Road, the density, concentration, number of dwellings, the street layout, and yeah, I would contend that settlement is urban. The Plan Change 95 site seeks to expand directly from that and consolidate that community. So therefore I do maintain my position that that is an urban settlement. As per the evidence of Mr Council, who's accounting for critique from Mr Colgraves, the Pongakawa Aroa Road settlement is in the same housing market as Te Puke, which Western Bay planning officers have already determined through Plan Change 92 on its own as an urban environment, irrespective of the market reach of it. So Ms Mark and Ms Holden as well respectfully seem to discount or dismiss the role of the market in determining an urban environment. I infer from Ms Mark's evidence that a plan change cannot contribute to or affect an urban environment from afar or being strictly detached from that urban area. This interpretation, to my understanding, has already been discouraged in other recent plan change decisions elsewhere in the country, and rather a more relevant question is the land predominantly urban and within a housing and labour market exceeding 10,000 people? As I've just kind of traversed, I believe the settlement in the land which is going to consolidate and expand that settlement through Plan Change 95 is urban, if not predominantly urban, and is in the same housing market as Te Puke, and therefore, to my mind, it is part of an urban environment and in the purview of the MPSUD. And again, going back to the definition of urban environment, it talks about being part of an area of land that is in the market, it has a housing and labour market. So those two terms, part of and market, are deliberately utilised in the construction of an urban environment. If the definition and policy thrust was to be intended as is being, as is the opinion, respectfully, of Ms Mark and Ms Holden, I think the definition of urban environment could have been crafted a lot more simply to say development needs to go inside urban areas or directly next to it, and no need to determine the extent of a market, in my opinion. With that established, I'll turn to the MPS HPL. There are 3 tests within 3.6 that the commissioners will be familiar with. They have to be satisfied for a territorial authority to allow an urban rezoning of highly productive land. Considering the first test, the most recent HBA, Housing and Business Capacity Assessment information, and the Smart Growth FDS independently confirms Western Bay urban environments and urban areas are subject to a shortfall right now of 2,590 dwellings. This only grows to a deficit of 2,700 dwellings over a 30-year long-term scenario. That's accounting for all growth provisions in the FDS that are expressly provided for to go towards meeting supply deficit. It's therefore quite clear in my mind that the first test is passed and that further intervention and urban rezoning is needed to provide sufficient development capacity. That's also accounting for uplift and intensification enabled by Plan Change 92 in Mokoroa and Te Puke, and still the FDS predicts that there's going to be a shortfall and significant intervention is required. The second test to be satisfied is that there are no other reasonably practicable or feasible alternatives to providing for sufficient development capacity in the same locality and market, whilst achieving a well-functioning urban environment. This is something that was touched on with Mr. Perry yesterday. The relevant locality and market includes Te Puke and Paengaroa. In terms of infill potential, Plan Change 92 has robustly considered plan-enabled intensification in Te Puke and still does not deliver sufficient housing capacity in that market. So it doesn't supplant the need for further supply to come into the market. Paengaroa hasn't been subject to the same enabling activity. However, in my opinion, considering its small size and the degree and nature of built form across that settlement, its coverage of buildings, the small amount of vacant land left in that settlement, it's not considered likely to have the latent infill potential to bridge the shortfall in demand. The impact of the future eastern centre, which is contiguous to Paengaroa, has been accounted for in growth predictions. And again, still there is not sufficient capacity in the short, medium or long terms. And that is in the same market as Te Puke and the Plan Change site. It's in the middle. So in terms of contiguous expansion from those urban settlements as opposed to infilling, it's the expert advice of Mr. Perry that the loss of land adjoining those 2 settlements will be more highly adverse to land productivity in the district. They're more versatile and valuable soils, which is central obviously to the exercise of considering alternative options in the context of the MPS HPL. Factors such as the location of established orchards, presence of flooding and stormwater management constraints were considered by myself in respect of considering options for expanding those settlements, particularly in Te Puke. Where there are no orchards established at the moment on productive land, the constraints do appear to be significant, looking ahead to the potential for consenting or zone changing as well where needed, particularly around flooding and reverse sensitivity constraints. So collectively, these are the reasons why it's my view that the proposal satisfies the second test of the MPS HPL at 3.6 around there being no reasonably practicable or feasible options that will meet sufficient supply of dwellings and deliver a well-functioning urban environment with a reduced impact on productive land in the district. The third and final test concerns consideration of environmental, social, cultural and economic well-being as affected, or benefits and costs in respect to those 4 well-beings related to the loss of productive land. This is presented in a matrix in my evidence. I won't labour it, but I do conclude that the benefits to my assessment do clearly outweigh the costs of the loss of the productive land. I'm keen to, with that, that's the commentary on the 2 pathways that I believe are open and available to this plan change. I would like to now briefly touch on the drivers for the plan change. So Ms. Coyle, can you please bring up the plans that were sent through yesterday, their context plans? So yeah, those are the structure plans. The other ones are kind of just context plans. I sent through, oh, yep, sorry, thank you. Okay. Can you go to the last plan to start with? It'll be the very last one of this document. Yeah, this one here. Thank you. So to explain this plan is illustrating the growth in orchards in the Te Puke area since 2012. So green orchards that were established in 2012, orange are those that were not and have established since that time. There's close to 1,150 hectares in total that's been established between Te Puke and Pongakawa. And as you can see, there's quite a predominance of it east of Paengaroa, or from the environment of Paengaroa east through to Pongakawa. So there's a trend of this moving east, and that is the growth in orchards that has been witnessed by the applicants, which was one of the key drivers for looking at this plan change, and it was, as the applicants have discussed yesterday, supported by their discussions with Smart Growth and various stakeholders. But yeah, this is just a picture to try and illustrate the growth in orchards. That is in the order of 1,150 hectares, and it's 950 odd east of Paengaroa of that 1150. We do, it was presented or covered, may have been missed in RFI data, but just to be clear, we do have data from New Zealand Kiwifruit Growers Incorporated that suggests that for every 1 hectare of orchard that comes online, there is 0.5 full-time equivalent positions created with every 1 hectare. That fluctuates up to 1.75 full-time equivalent positions when you account for seasonal fluctuations. So in comparison, there's one full-time employee per 35 hectares of dairy farm, on a dairy farming use. It's less again for dry farming. So the reason I make that comment is there is definitely a increasing intensity of employees that comes with this growth in orchards, and possibly that's what was being spoken to by Mr. Hago, amongst others, yesterday, where there's lots of inquiries about people wanting to come to the school. It just speaks to the growth in the area. I won't labour points that are literally in my evidence, but I will briefly reiterate some key points on parts of the statutory planning framework that I haven't touched on already. So the next one I'd like to touch on is a well-functioning urban environment. So Ms. Coyle, if you could go back one plan. Yeah, actually go back two, sorry, go back two. Yep, this one here. So this plan here is the state of play right now. Going from west to east, you have industrial land to the north of Te Puke and then Te Puke Township. To the south, those are post-harvest facilities servicing the horticultural industry. Tracking east, the brown land at the junction there, that is the Rangiuri Business Park, which is under construction. And there's an interchange under construction there as well. Tracking further east, you're on State Highway 2. Immediately south is the township or settlement of Paengaroa. And then tracking east is Pongakawa, the Ara Road settlement, and inset is the Ara Road settlement. The existing residential zoned area and residential properties, and the red area is the Plan Change 95 area. And you can see that there are a number of shops and amenities quite close to the Plan Change 95 location and the existing settlement of Ara Road. There are there's service stations, mechanics, school and recreational facilities, which have been touched on yesterday by Mr. Hickson and Mr. Hago. And that's the existing state of play right now. The blue lines are bus routes that go into Te Puke and Tauranga, which do go past the settlement on State Highway 2. If we go to the next plan, Ms. Coyle. So this is like a future context plan, and the key things to point out are the overlay of, I took a pink overlay east of the Rangiuru Business Park and north of Paengaroa Settlement. That is the location of the planned Te Kāinga Future Eastern Centre. No dwellings are expected to come online there until at least 2034. However, that is only 6 k's away at its closest point from the Plan Change 95 site. The light green lines you're seeing there, those are planned cycleways to be constructed. Some of them, actually, yeah, there's a pink dotted line, which are existing cycleways, which connect from Papamoa through to Lake Rotoiti, going through Paengaroa, and there are planned connections in green, which go from Paengaroa and Rangiuru Business Park up to Makatū, and also from Pukahina through Pongahawa back to Paengaroa. So it just speaks to other investments. There's also, I'm sure the council might speak today, to their playground that's been built on Aurora Road. This is just to show that there's recreational infrastructure that is planned in the area that increases connectivity with the settlements in the area. And I would contend that this plan change is going to complement those investments. The cycleway going through Aurora Road in particular, that's providing a destination for that cycleway. So yeah, it just speaks to the provisions of Policy 1 of the NPSUD and the well-functioning urban environment around connectivity. Other things to talk on in that context are affordability and variation in housing choice is deliberately secured through structure plan provisions, particularly amendments to Chapter 13, where minimum lot sizes are included, but most importantly, in the Density A higher density area, higher density, I should say, there is also a maximum average specified. So that's in your tables that have been circulated this morning, and it always has been there. So that is how, when the feedback came from Western Bay that there needs to be a more distinct link between the housing going to provide for the people who live in the area and may wish to live in the area, that was the decision taken to create areas of higher density. The idea being smaller lots are more affordable, and it's not just left to a minimum lot size. It's further cemented through a maximum average that has to be proven at subdivision stage in terms of lots being delivered. So there was a question yesterday to Mr. Coles around kaitiakitanga and cultural traditions being given effect to as built into Policy 1. I'll just explain. Engagement has been undertaken by Mr. Coles and the Marshes over a period of years with various tangata whenua groups. The feedback that came out of that engagement was seeking really for environmental improvements to generally improve the environmental quality, and I understand the mode of resources through that exercise. And that's been reflected through structure planning by the structure plan itself had specific notes and delineations of overland flow paths for meandering, notes around the formation of the treatment wetlands to be delivered to, and the structure plan has to be followed. That's a rule set by the proposed rules. And the intention was that the structure plan reflects the outcomes of engagement undertaken with tangata whenua, and then that is built into compliance at the time of subdivision consenting, and therefore it should result in those outcomes following through to the subsequent consenting process that have to be undertaken, and then obviously the delivery or resulting development from the plan change. Yeah, just to wrap up, the development would consolidate the existing urban settlement, provide local conveniences and recreational amenities and improvements, linking to the investments already undertaken and train for the area, and linking to Aroa Road itself, the improved bus stop and operation of that for the benefit of school children in particular was touched on by Mr. Hago yesterday. Vehicle kilometres travelled is also expected to be reduced. That's touched on the evidence of Mr. Harrison. By extension, greenhouse gases are expected to reduce in accordance with the emissions reduction plan, which is scoped into Section 74 of the RMA. And yeah, I'd just like to kind of wrap up on the MPSUD statutory planning framework by echoing what Mr. Cole said yesterday. I do believe that this is strongly consistent with the responsive planning direction that was built into the MPSUD and was a pivoting point from the MPSUD-C in 2016 to be more responsive and flexible to enable adequate housing supply to be delivered. I note there was a question to Mr. Council about commercial zone rules and definition of commercial activities. Myself and Mr. Coles have reviewed the current commercial zone rules and activities provided for. We believe that they are adequate to accommodate or enable the delivery of the vision of the plan change for a number of amenities to be delivered in that commercial zone. So those have been adopted and haven't been scrutinised particularly further with Mr. Council. There was also a question to Ms. Brown about the need for a rule on groundwater monitoring. The short answer to that is I don't believe there is one. There's already a rule in the Western Bay District Plan requiring at the time of subdivision quite considerable evidence of the nature of those questions around the impact of groundwater and geotechnical properties. It's Rule 12.3.8 of the Western Bay District Plan. Yeah, I think that's probably all I have to say at the moment. At the site, I'll also echo what Mr. Cole said yesterday around the lack or very low profile of natural hazards to the site in comparison to other alternatives in the area or settlements in the area, which also satisfies the climate change adaptation plan, or I believe a positive response to that document within Section 74 of the RMA. So in turn, I'd just like to conclude that I maintain my opinions as expressed in my evidence, that the proposal positively satisfies the relevant statutory planning requirements. I'm happy to take any questions, including on the rules that have been circulated or anything else. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Murphy, thank you for this morning. If I can, let's lean straight into the Māori side. And just thank you for providing a bit more explanation to Mr. Cole's representational evidence today. I guess just from my view and the support I was asking for was the visibility of the discussions and consultation, which I don't disrespect, repeat with the fact that Ngāti Whakahimo were in the room and are in the room. It shows that there is a relationship between the applicant and the mana whenua. So I'm not disputing that. I guess it was just the capture of those conversations. So, and I don't dispute that there would have been environmental well-being conversations within it. It was just specific perspectives from Ngāti Whakahimo and Ngāti Pākehā, and what that looked like and how it was addressed. So, and there was Mr. Coles and now yourself spoke about water quality. I don't doubt that. It was just more around what does water quality look like for Ngāti Whakahimo? Beyond just the science metric of, it does all right, and I won't get any further degraded from this. Was there a pursuit by Ngāti Whakahimo for improvement to the system of their waterway?
I think, are you kind of referring to like a Mātauranga Māori lens to improving it rather than a strict metric of environmental improvement and reflecting that in our structure plan provision. Is that what you mean?
That being part of it, because a combination of what is in the iwi management plans, I note there's no assessment on any iwi management plans that are there, and therefore in the absence, and please correct me if there is an assessment on iwi management plans, in the absence of that assessment, you're referring to consultation. And there's no record or minutes of what their consultation conversations are. So I'm pursuing in the conversation that, what does well-being look like for Ngāti Whakahimo specifically, so that when you say water quality is addressed, what does that mean for Ngāti Whakahimo?
Yeah. So I'll just be clear. I didn't undertake the engagement with tangata whenua groups. There was the Marshes and Mr. Coles, but the feedback was provided to me to work out how we should respond. I'm not sure if I would defer to Mr. Coles, but I'm not sure if the conversations went to that level around what it looks like beyond, say, a strict improvement ecologically or systemically in terms of the quality of the water. I do know it went into natural formations and I suppose I infer improving the modi of the taonga by putting it in, expressing it in a more natural form, which is what we have sought to do through plan provisions and notes to plans that have to be complied with around the meandering, planting of those provisions. But beyond that, I don't think we're to express it in any greater detail from a kaitiaki-tanga point of view. And I would say, I suppose the indications of support that were passed on from Ngāti Whakahimo and Ngāti Pukio, which are reflected in the submissions too, that was taken as a strong indication that there was support forthcoming against strict iwi management plans and things like that.
Ka pai. And just for clarity, I'm not asking Plan Change 95 to solve the system's issues, but how does it contribute to what Ngāti Whakahimo and Ngāti Pukeo are seen as, especially Ngāti Pukeo and their comments around degradation in the system. But I guess the other part is, and the reason I'm exploring this is Ms. Ham had put in her evidence, or submission, that it will enhance kaitiakitanga. And so I'm looking for where's the role of Ngāti Whakahimo in whether it's in the detailed design plan, but in that methodology around the stormwater wetland pond. You said there's meandering, there's water quality matters. So in my view, and I shared this yesterday with Mr. Coles, that there is a definition for kaitiakitanga, and that's the exercise in accordance with tikanga. And so by all means, I'm not saying Plan Change 95 is doing a good environmental well-being contribution, but where's kaitiaki in this?
I just would respond by saying, I suppose that has been sought to be given effect to through the engagement exercises. Is my understanding. My take on not being involved directly in the engagement, but it's been sought to be given effect to through the engagement exercises that have been undertaken to date. And then secondly, I would echo what Mr. Coles was saying yesterday, that once you move from a zone change into the regional, in particular, consenting requirements, I would like to refer to the other case that we are working on where this is a considerable feature as well. Under regional planning requirements, there is a very strong requirement, and it is built into site defence, pollution engagement with whenua and whenua. It's very strong, and it would be it would be incorrect or facetious to say it won't happen at regional consenting. You won't get anywhere with regional council without undertaking meaningful engagement with tangata whenua and the idea is that that will then give effect to the structure plan provisions that have been set at the zone change level to build on the expression of kaitiakitanga that's been received at this stage. So that's the idea of that. Would it help if I probably should have done this anyway, evidence, but should I have gone, do you want me to go through all the rules or do we want to go through them?
Or maybe, but I think if we can just keep the dialogue here, because appreciating that 95 is introducing some new provisions into the district plan. And so the whole plan will be assessed when there's resource consent processes regarding any development in 95 in this plan change area. And so I guess when I'm looking across it, again, very briefly, one, there's no archaeological recorded sites. So that tells me you're not going to look at the historic heritage chapter. And, so I'm trying to look for what's the other connectors in the plan to ensure there's a conversation and any use and development on the site so that Ngāti Whakahimo and mana whenua in general can participate in what the consenting process looks like. And so the rules is presented thus far, and you say in evidence of Chief F22, you've done some bespoke rules to address some submission points. And so I'm going, okay, so where's the kaitiaki part, tangata whenua parts, if we can't capture it in the other parts of the plan?
So the bespoke rules I'm referring to there are the ones I have traversed around. I suppose it's a rule by way of enforcing the structure plan is what I meant by that. So my opinion is that we have tried to reflect the outcomes of engagement, which will then be expected to be enforced through any future resource consents that are considered by the council. I would have to undertake a bit more of a rigorous check, but my experience with the Western Bay plan is if you end up at a discretionary and certainly non-complying activity status level, then there's some wonderful little fishhook provisions in the plan that open discretion wide up, and I'm sure the district council, it may well actually point to the outcomes of engagement with mana whenua, and if not, the council would be fully within their ability under those discretionary elements to ensure that. So I would have to review the district plan provisions further in that respect, but that's possibly one way, and I suppose it could be looked at in terms of a further development of bespoke rules to address that, certainly.
Just on that, the activity status, as I understand the rules that have been advanced, is that everything going to plan, you're likely to be a controlled activity. So doesn't that sort of defeat the point that you've just made?
I just would like to refer to my evidence on that, if that's right. Just check the rules. You are right that if you comply with all infrastructure requirements, it would be the intention is that it would be a controlled subdivision. So yeah, I can see you're right there, but I am just thinking, I suppose, yeah, my gut is to say you're right, but I just know the district plan has a lot of rules that sit in different places that might actually prove that to be not the case. Chapter 12 is a very exhaustive chapter, and it wouldn't surprise me if there was still the ability for that information to be required, and if not literally right now, then certainly through an amendment. But you are right, Chair, that the idea is that if you comply with all the infrastructure staging requirements, it would be a controlled activity. I suppose the matters of control could be expanded or finessed to better address that, if that's preferable.
If I can lean into that. So I'm thinking if this is design controls or controls with the controlled activity status, have you given any thoughts of what they could be rather than throwing that on us?
Sorry,
So
what
around controls, when you talk about controls, have you given initial thoughts what they could look like in respect to then, the expressions of Māori traditions or exercise of kaitiakitanga in that specific area? Have you had any thoughts, or could you contribute some thoughts on that right now?
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose my initial thought would be demonstration, further demonstration of how concepts of importance to tangata whenua that are provided for in the structure planning are given effect to. That could be through like a report that's required to be provided at the time of subdivision consent. That would be my initial reaction to that.
And just to explore that a little bit further. So when we talk about a report, recognizing that there's Ngāti Whakahimo and Ngāti Pākehā, but there was also another two hapu iwi that you had, or that was identified, Ngāti Mākino, and right now I can't think of the other one, Ngāti Rangatai. So just to explore that particular control, would there be not expectation, but clarity in that control that it has to come from all four unless deferred? I'm just trying to explore what you're saying there in terms of our report, but there is 4 mana whenua and that will have been identified to date.
I suppose I would expect it to undertake a similar process as what's happened at this stage, in that all groups are engaged with on the more fine details of what's being advanced to resource consent stage. If I understand that some deferred to other mana whenua groups, so if that was the case, then I suppose as long as that was reflected, then I would accept that to be adequate. If there's competition around who should be the precise mana whenua, then I imagine external advice would have to be taken on how to navigate that space. But ultimately a resource consent couldn't be granted unless that matter of control was satisfied around satisfying cultural considerations that are built into the structure plan.
I have no further cultural questions or kaupapa Māori ones. I guess this next one, this question here, I don't know if there's one or more to this, but as you can appreciate, the conversation is around the urban environment, and I guess I'm leaning into your experience and expertise here, Mr. Murphy. And in terms of your experience, when we say an urban environment, there's a level of expectation when we look at a site or environment. There's multiple houses, and you describe the site that's got a milking shed, effluent ponds. So I'm trying to get, in your experience, have you come across, no, and I'm not talking about zones, because I'm talking about urban environments that have milking sheds or and those kind of structures and features that have dairy operations as you describe in the 95 report, the PC 95 report.
Yeah, short answer is no. I'm not suggesting that the location of the rural, the milking sheds is urban. But what I'm suggesting is a pertinent question to the definition of is it an urban environment is firstly the settlement that this adjoins, the Plan Change 95 site adjoins. And when you get a nice day to go to the site, I've looked at it recently again. It's fences, it's houses close to the road, Penelope Place in particular. It's got footpaths, it's narrowing streets in places, traffic calming. It's my opinion that the Aura Road settlement and traversing Aura Road through to Penelope Place is urban in nature. I think I personally think it's quite compelling when you go through those areas. And then you look at this site, which is bordering it and going to expand and consolidate it. That would be delivering an even further degree of development and some smaller lots that would be even more compellingly urban to my mind. So no, I'm not going to try and say the location of a milking shed and hay bales is urban, but the settlement that the Plan Change site adjoins is urban in my view, and as part of the market of Te Puke, and this Plan Change is only going to add to that.
Thank you. Oh, just add that on. Mike, the last one. I think the last. All right, that's. Yep, no problem.
So just on that same theme, Mr. Murphy, while Mr. Fedu is combing his notes to see if there's additional questions. So as I understand, you think that the Aura Road settlement without the site is an urban environment? Okay.
Yes, I would say it's urban.
Okay. So is it typical in your experience for urban environments to just be residential?
Yeah, certainly elements of it. I suppose I wouldn't say that you have to have a mix of amenities, or I know officers have suggested churches or shops and things like that. To be strictly urban, I wouldn't agree with that. My opinion is more based on the concentration of dwellings, and there is north of 70 dwellings in this settlement. The appearance, their layout, their relationship to the street and to each other, site coverage, that kind of thing. To my mind, that is urban. It certainly goes without saying, once an urban area gets to a certain size, it's going to inevitably have a greater mix of activities aren't just residential. I agree with that. But it could be urban just with residential in nature, I would contend.
Can you think of any other urban, let's call them settlements or whatever we're going to call them, that are just residential?
Yeah. So as we pointed to in one of our RFI responses, the council, I don't agree with it, contrary to what you say, to Apiro. There's a couple of other smaller settlements which are like 60 to 90 houses, which could be construed as urban, depending on how you read this information that's been produced by council.
So would you agree that if the plan change were approved and developed, the addition of like the commercial facilities, the parks, the playgrounds, these would make it would make it more urban?
Yes, yes, it would make it more urban.
So,
Sure.
so in order to achieve an urban status easier than what it is at the moment, those additional elements would actually assist in any future discussion around this topic.
Yes, I think they make for it's more clearly urban, but I wouldn't mean that says that the existing settlement is not urban, but I do agree. Those facilities there, it would be more distinctly urban.
Okay. So an associated point, there's been much made of the proximity of this proposal to like the PAC and the Pongakawa Action Centre and the hall and various other things, which is a wee way distant. You know, I use the PAC quite frequently for the volleyball that was mentioned yesterday, and it's quite a drive from the state highway. Do you think you can lean on those facilities being part of this proposal, being to enable it to be more broadly viewed as being urban?
Yeah. No, I actually wouldn't focus on those. Those are kind of peripheral. Yep, there are amenities in the area that contribute to the quality of the location and centre of Pongakawa as a rule. But when I've been talking about well-functioning urban environment, I actually have been considering the settlement as modified or expanded by the amenities to be delivered by the plan change and the recreational links created, the recreational investments there, the shop and commercial facilities to be delivered to that settlement. I would clarify that my assessment of well-functioning urban environment is intended to focus on the settlement as modified. I would say though that there's some relevance of those facilities though, and that they are. I do take your point. Like it is 1.5 k's up the road, but it's still quite a short driving distance, relatively speaking. But yeah, it is detached. So I can take your point there.
Okay. The other thing that I'm not struggling with, but it is exercising my mind, is when I look at the various definitions, there is an existing component and there's an intended component. So it's either an existing urban area or it's intended to be. How do you actually define, from a planning perspective, what is intended to be? So an area that's intended to be, so what is that? Is that a FDS type identified Te Tumu or the Eastern, is that an intention?
Yeah, I appreciate that's the position of the council. The MPS usually isn't so clear in black and white on that. It is obviously open to interpretation. I think what the FDS signals is certainly relevant and relevant to that determination of if it's intended or not. And on that point, I would just, I suppose, elaborate on my opinion and my evidence that I do contend that the FDS does provide for this growth. I know it's not explicitly targeted or a priority growth area. I'm not going to waste time debating that. But the FDS talks about a program of connected centres and establishes a set of principles that are sought to be achieved in those centres. That's the overarching set of provisions that then inform the detail of the FDS. Yep, admittedly it goes into certain centres existing and planned and talks about growth allocations in those areas, but it equally talks about the need for, like, it equally acknowledges that there's going to be a shortfall. So even with the centres that are identified, the the shortfall is not going to be met and further intervention is required. It scopes in plan changes to fill that void and has a deliberate section on responsiveness and agility, while still meeting the live, work, play principles of the Connected Centres program to meet the shortfall in demand. So, despite my view is I believe it's conform to principles of FDS and the scope of growth within FDS, notwithstanding that it's not expressly delineated as an area to accommodate more intense growth. So I would suggest that it is going to be the growth that results would be in accordance with the FDS, which is the intended to be component as set out by the council planning officers. And I do believe there is some scope for development, privately initiated development, to also fill that void where you're meeting the requirements of UG7A. That's like a check and balance on ensuring that only appropriate development of a certain size and quality goes forward to constitute intended development and to meet the requirements of the NPSUD.
So can I just rewind that, just from my perspective, so I understand what you're saying? So the FDS sets criteria or principles that have been used to identify some areas for growth, like Titumu or the Eastern, whatever they are. And what you're saying is that it's not exclusively saying that those can only be applied to those identified areas. They can be applied to other areas to help achieve the housing shortfall. Is that a summary of what you've just presented to us?
Yes, the FDS doesn't deliver sufficient capacity for growth. So I'm just trying to recall the exact provision in there are a few parts of the FDS that do touch on this point that, was there? Thank you. Actually, I might consult if that's all right, because I think it is relevant.
If you want, we can take the morning tea break now and you can consult that and we can come back.
Okay, yeah, sure.
I'd also be quite keen for you to take us through the amendments that you've made at the end of that to the various provisions.
Yeah, no worries.
Cool.
Thank you.
So with that, we're adjourned until 11:15. Thank you. Right, we're reconvened, so we're back with you, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning, thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, just to confirm, I did check over the break too, it is a controlled activity. That would be the activity status. There's quite a distinct list of matters of control. However, a matter of control, I think, could be quite easily added to address the concern on how the district plan ensures that the structure planning provisions for expression of kaitiaki tangara and outcomes that have been sought to be secured in the structure plan then follow through to a subdivision consenting process and consideration. So before the break, we spoke about going through the FDS, some pertinent sections. You guys got a copy available? Yes, yep, that's exactly it. So if I could ask you to go to talking about how further development through private plan changes are scoped in to the FDS strategy, if we can first go to page 111. Yep, the last paragraph on the right-hand side of the page. Now, I appreciate this section is informing the FDS, which is at part 4 of this overall strategy. However, that last paragraph makes clear that development that falls outside of the planned connected centres program, as outlined in map 12, and that's denoting the centres that are expressly scoped as centres, shall we say, would need to meet unanticipated or out of sequence criteria set out in policy UG7A of the Bay of Plenty Regional Policy Statement. So that's informing my opinion as to why I believe the FDS scopes in some development that is unanticipated or out of sequence. If you then go to page 112, I do completely acknowledge this is background rather than the FDS itself, but I'll get to that. If you then go to page 112, next page over, last paragraph before the table, the necessity has established include regional, city centre and town centres. These may be subject to change following the outcomes of plan changes to the Tauranga City Plan and Western Bay of Plenty District Plan. So it's referring to the potential for flexibility and agility in the FDS, depending on plan change outcomes. And I just lastly, I'll go to page 155, which is unequivocally in the FDS section of the strategy. At the very bottom of the left-hand side, the FDS relates to urban development. Does not consider rural development, which we contend this isn't. Further housing opportunities are a matter for councils through plan changes or resource consents. And obviously that's in the context of, this is now in the FDS, and the FDS openly acknowledges that that there's going to be a shortage. And just while we're in this section, if you go back one page to 153, just to bring it to your express attention, because this is the HPA information that I've been working to. This is HPA information published in the strategy as at July 2024, June this year. And they're the only table on page 153. I'm really just saying this to make sure, I hope, we're all like looking at the same document, because I've seen some commentary which suggests that the HPA doesn't indicate a shortfall in the short term, whereas it's quite clear to my mind that if you look at the table, the two tables, Tauranga City and Western Bay, there's an existing shortfall right now of between 4950 and 5950, in Tauranga City and an existing shortfall of 2590 right now in Western Bay, and then there remains a shortfall through the short, medium and long terms growing to 2700. And the first paragraph at the top of the right-hand side of page 153 just makes that clear. Over time, the strategy seeks to address these shortfalls through the identified growth areas and allocations. However, without significant intervention, there will remain a lack of housing that meets people's needs, in particular limited delivery of housing that is affordable for low and middle income households, in bold. So it's, but to my mind, that's just patently making it clear that the FDS acknowledges that there's going to be there's still a shortfall. It's not meeting the objective and policy direction of the NPSUD in terms of providing sufficient capacity. And so it's kind of opening up that responsive invitation, if you will. The last part I'll just draw your attention to is page 163 on responsive planning. And this is really just talking about the agility and responsiveness that is sought to be reflected and giving effect to the FDSUD or contemplated and considering the FDSUD. Sorry, the FDS. So hopefully that answers the questions on some of the relevant parts of the FDS as to why this is not strictly inconsistent or contrary to the FDS, but rather is development that's within scope. There is, it's in my evidence, but there is also another section which talks about small rural settlements or small settlements and rural areas giving or supplying 500 lots to meet it as part of the picture. But those locations are not spatially identified, but it is a budget component of the supply picture in the FDS that's spatially undefined.
Just on the responsiveness issue, because it's a recurrent theme in both, well, we'll just focus on your evidence rather than Mr. Coles, because he's not here to answer questions. But it is a recurrent comment that you make that this plan change is a way of enabling that sort of responsiveness. Just to be clear in my own mind, you're not suggesting that a responsive position can't be taken in terms of those areas that are identified. For instance, you couldn't, I think you talked, Mr. Coles talked yesterday about Te Tumu being online in 2014. A responsive approach to housing demand could actually bring that forward and to advance the sequence. So it maybe starts earlier in 2030, for instance.
Yes, I would agree with that because it would be out of sequence development coming forward. Yes, I would agree that's a responsive
and similarly, there's nothing to suggest that an unanticipated development couldn't be associated with an existing urban centre, just one that's not necessarily addressed yet. So you could actually say that a responsive opportunity could be to advance an area of growth associated with a Te Puke or a Mokoroa or a Tauranga or somewhere else. It doesn't necessarily need to be in the rural environment like we're looking at here.
I suppose my initial thought to that is though, is that, are you talking about say greenfield growth next to the existing physical urban boundaries of say Te Puke or Tauranga that is like not currently zoned residential, so to bring that growth online? Yes, that would be, if that was a completely unanticipated by way of zoning or the current FDS provisions, yes, that would be satisfying that, or that would be responsive as envisioned by the NPSUD to my mind as well.
I just wanted to clarify that I'm not saying that you're suggesting that those instances are precluded, but there is a big focus in your evidence on this being an unanticipated or out of sequence development. Just wanted to confirm in my own mind that it can be considered as or contemplated in that realm, but so can a number of other developments that aren't anticipated or that may be brought forward in the same responsiveness.
I would agree with that in principle. However, just the economic analysis that's gone into the extent of the market, the more finer grained assessment of supply coming online, and Plan Change 92 has now done its course and added the growth it's going to add, and there are no other plan change. The Te Kāinga is at least 10 years away, so in the relevant locality and market, it's built into the Section 32 assessment, but I'm not sure if there's any other place where demand could remotely be filled as readily as this opportunity. And it's right next to an existing settlement as well that doesn't exist elsewhere apart from Paengaroa and Te Puke, which have been considered through the Section 32 and the HPL reasonably practicable alternatives consideration. So I would just add that into the picture. Responsive planning some distance away may not be addressing the demand that is expected to occur here, is all I would say there.
No, I accept that. But equally, if we were to accept Mr. Council's advice, then say further intensification within Te Puke is in the same market.
Yes, it is.
There was further work being done around Te Puke. I may be wrong, but I understood there's further work being done and possibly another plan change being advanced to more fully realise opportunities available within Te Puke itself.
Yeah, my understanding is the FDS does account for Plan Change 92 enabled demand, but yes, equally, I understand there's been some consultation on structure planning and development planning within Te Puke itself that might increase that yield further, but I think it's still quite early in the plan change process, is my understanding.
Okay. Let me just have a look through your rebuttal. I suspect we've mostly covered this. I just want to make sure. The one area, and it's a relatively minor point relative to what we've just been having the discussion around, relates to the landscape buffer area that's not proposed to be in preserve, and the concern that having that in private ownership could mean that there's limited security around the retention of that feature. As I understand it, you're saying that we don't need to concern ourselves with that. And
I wouldn't presume to say that. It might just be worthwhile showing the structure plans, Ms. Coyle. I can just elaborate on that a little bit. So the mention in the reply evidence around security concerns is where there is on the western boundary of the plan change site, there is a pink arrow. That's the existing bridge into the Marshes like dwelling and an access into the farm. Immediately south of that, once the structure plan is given effect to and milking ceases to occur from the milking sheds directly to the north of that, the only sheds, laydown areas, ancillary buildings left on the farm are directly south of that pink arrow. And a concern is that if the landscape and riparian improvement corridor to the south is a public reserve, and by extension the bridge, then that is I suppose a security concern ongoing after this plan change. So we obviously wanted to maximise the public reserve component that's delivered. So everything north of that is proposed to be a reserve. There's you don't see it on this plan, but it's in another one of these plans. There are provisions for riparian improvements, and with this plan that you're looking at has now been widened. That whole buffer is 8 metres wide to reflect the regional council advice. But it's just that slight distinction that south of that location would be a landscape buffer that has to be planted and not to contain buildings in it, but just privately managed rather than vested with council and publicly accessible.
Right. How do we ensure that it continues to exist?
Again, through the so the structure plan rules. Maybe should I go to that now? We'll go to our structure plan rules. Okay. Ms. Coyle, can you go to the structure plan rules that were circulated this morning by Ms. Ham, please? It's called Chapter 12 Provisions. Oh, there we go. Okay. You guys can see that okay? Yep. So these are the rules as I understand them. Yeah. These are the rules to my understanding following the Section 42A report that was issued, my response evidence, and also incorporating comments from the Regional Council Planner, Ms. Holden, as well. I'll just quickly, traverse how they are intended to work and take any questions on them, and I'll point to this landscape buffer matter in particular. So the first rule basically requires any subdivision or development to comply with the, or to be undertaken in general accordance with the structure plan as set out in Appendix 7. And I've put in highlights there, plans including notes, and that was responding to the concern around how concrete are the provisions on kaitiakitanga matters that were traversed with Mr. Coles yesterday. So the meandering, water quality, terraced formation of the stormwater treatment wetland, that's all built into notes on the structure plan, or it is referenced in notes on the structure plan. So that's one way to further cement or ensure that outcome alongside matters of control we've discussed this morning. The second provision, that's just an outcome from the landscape assessment that was done at the time of the application, seeking to reduce reflectivity at the periphery of the plan change site to respect the rural interface. Going to the next rule, 24.2, staging details. That makes it clear that all the development must be carried out either sequentially or at the same time, so stages can't jump around and have a mismatch of or incorrect supply of infrastructure not servicing the development that's coming online. Rule B is just a rule to enable, for example, if the applicants wished to, for a number of reasons, just extricate the plan change site or a stage of it from their property. That's what Rule B allows for them to do relatively easily. It doesn't preclude, it doesn't negate the fact that any subdivisions to create houses would still need to firstly have the infrastructure in place. It's just to allow for extricating the plan change site out of the farm holding. If we go down, Ms. Coyle, to the next page. These now are structure plan prerequisites. So these are prerequisites that must be demonstrated to be met before subdivision or building consents are issued in any stage, any particular stage of the subdivision. The highlighted text is text that Ms. Holden has suggested goes into the prerequisites applying to all stages. Possibly this is a matter for caucusing over lunchtime or something, but I don't have an issue with this as long as the council acknowledge that that will be demonstrated at the time of building consent, which is provided for up the top, because the reason why Mr. Height mentioned concern around rigidity is that if that were to be interpreted to be provided at subdivision stage, that may be complicating or unnecessarily burdening in terms of consent notices and things like that. But as long as it's acknowledged that it can be demonstrated at building consent stage, that's fine. If we go down, then Ms. Coyle, to now we break into stages 1, 2 and 3 and infrastructure requirements to be delivered for each stage. So stage 1 is the the heaviest, if you will, because there's a lot of infrastructure to be required to get any development happening, and the latter stages kind of build on that infrastructure. But the intersection upgrade of State Highway 2 and Aura Road to the satisfaction of Waka Kotahi, and Aura Road to the satisfaction of Western Bay. Certain footpaths and pedestrian connections to be provided, and access to and the actual bus stop itself established within the commercial zone in terms of roading and access. Stormwater, wastewater and water infrastructure as per basically the recommendations of Mr. Height and the analysis that's been done, and inner flow around wastewater. The last point there on water mains, that's reflecting the Section 42A commentary on a piped upgrade being the solution of preference, and it's just agreed with that the previous reference to a dual option for reservoirs is taken out of the picture. Landscaping. So this touches on the landscape buffer area you're talking about. There are landscape measures proposed on a landscape plan in the structure plan drawing set. This provision here is saying that all landscaping within the stage 1 boundaries must be implemented, including the reserve to vest. And then the second bullet point is saying no buildings or structures within the riparian reserve and landscape buffer strips. So those rules kind of overlap with each other to require riparian planting improvements and to keep buildings and structures out of those areas. The reverse sensitivity rule refers to effluent ponds being removed at stage 1 to be further away from stage 1, and then at stage 2 milking has to stop from the current location. The remainder of stages 2 and 3 are essentially the same, and like just expanding the infrastructure to service stages 2 and 3. That's how those rules are intended to work. Can you just go to the end, please, Ms. Coyle? I'll double check theirs. Yeah, no, that's all, yeah. Right, and the last point, if we can go to the structure plan, Ms. Coyle, structure plan set. Can you just zoom in, Ms. Coyle, bottom right, notes, there's a note section there. Just zoom in a bit more. Yeah, maybe 2 more times. Let's do the trick. So actually, just if you pause there, if you go back, just scroll to the left, Ms. Coyle, yeah. So, Commissioner Whittu, that sinuous pattern that you're seeing in terms of the overland flow path, that's not lazy drawing, that's deliberately there to imply that overland flow path has to be meandering. The same could be extended to the shorter stormwater swale that goes into the treatment pond. But that was like the most prominent area where the outcomes of engagement with Ngāti Whakahimo and Ngāti Pūkeo appeared to be practical to implement. And if you then scroll across to the right, Ms. Coyle, to the notes, there's a note kind of further touching on those outcomes. And note number 3 there, OLFP2 to be meandering, adjacent to treatment wetland, new treatment wetland to be terraced for maximum sediment removal, to reflect engagement with Ngāti Pūkeo and Ngāti Whakahimo. Yeah, happy to take any further questions on that. Sorry, Ms. Ham's also just reminded me, the last plan, the very last structure plan is a staging, an infrastructure staging plan that responded to some uncertainty from the council and this process around just exactly how the staging and infrastructure within each stage would be delivered. So if you go to the last stage, Ms. Coyle, last plan, that breaks up infrastructure provision into stages, and for completeness, the text box on the right is a repeat of the same prerequisites. So the idea is to minimise the potential for any issue in terms of adequate infrastructure ever being available through it being clear on a plan and in rules itself. And that text box now reflects the table I've just traversed you through. Yeah, I respect there might be some further commentary from the council, but yeah, hopefully that's an up-to-date version that presents the current picture of rules and staging requirements and the kaitiakitanga matters.
So no further questions from either of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yeah, I just had a few minor things to address and a couple of procedural issues, so I'll deal with those first. There's really 2 procedural issues, both in respect of the further material from Western Bay of Plenty District Council and then the second expanded submission of Mr. Marson. With respect to the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, although received yesterday, the statements of evidence were able to be looked at by my witnesses and they responded to them to the extent that they could. So I don't raise an objection in respect of the statements, but I do raise an objection as to admissibility of a peer review. Now, the reason for that, there are really the 2 key things in my submission that go to admissibility are relevance and materiality. I'm not able to say it's not relevant, but the peer review was dated 11 October, which was the day the Section 42A report was released. I've been informed that it wasn't received until after that report had been released, and that it doesn't change the position of the reporting officer, Mr. Abraham. So my submission on that is that it doesn't add anything to the process in terms of materiality, and for that reason, I'd be asking that that's not admissible. And just more broadly on the statements themselves, given that, as I think Commissioner Kemble said yesterday, Mr. Council was giving evidence on the hoof in reply, just to flag that if anything came out of those new statements of evidence that the Commissioners felt further information or further response from the applicant was warranted on, I would be asking you to come back to the applicant to afford it the ability to answer those questions. With respect to Mr. Marsden's second submission, I am going to ask that that be ruled inadmissible on the basis of relevance, particularly given page 29 of that second submission, which raises comments particularly about Mr. Marsh in his time as a councillor. And again, I say those are irrelevant.
So the determination you want from us is that you want the peer review from whom not admitted?
I think it's WWE.
WWE.
GWE, sorry.
If it would assist, I can address that very quickly. You don't currently have a copy of that report. It was referred to in Mr. Abraham's short summary response statement yesterday. As Ms. Ham says, it was received after finalising the Section 42A report, and it doesn't change any of Mr. Abraham's opinions. So to keep it simple, happy for it not to be provided to the panel.
That solves that issue. We haven't got a copy of it. So the second issue, Ms. Ham, we've already had a conversation around, and we're happy to give the applicant and the applicant only a right of reply with your closing to the briefs that the officers will be presenting. So we want the information before us. We think it's useful. The commentary that arose out of or in response to it yesterday we found useful, but we had to write it down on the hoof, so actually getting some brief responses from your experts to it would be beneficial to us. But we accept that there is a reasonable expectation that you would be able to, and your experts would be able to respond to it in a more considered manner. So that's where we've landed. I've just confirmed that with Commissioner Fetu, so we will make that clear in our decision. But we think it's in the interest of natural justice and procedural fairness and just getting the best information before us that we receive the evidence in the brief, but you get an opportunity to formally respond to it.
Thank you. Did you want to discuss the issue of Mr. Marsden's submission any further? I know Mr. Marsden's arrived. I actually haven't had a chance to talk to him about that directly because I did, in my opening submissions, invite him to withdraw that. So it may be appropriate that the next step is that I have that conversation with him.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Can you step up to the mic so we can hear you? Right.
Yeah, listen, page 29 in my submission, which you would have received a copy of and read, I was not going to present that today. So, but you do have that. If you wanted to ask me questions on it, I would be happy to answer them, but I was not going to speak on that. If that answers, is that Lorraine? If that answers your question, sorry.
No, I'm asking for that second submission not to come into the record at all.
I may be able to assist on a point of clarification here. At this point, it's not on the record. Mr. Marsden lodged his submission and then following the circulation of the resumption information, he provided a response to that to council. That was not provided for in the timetable. So following circulation of the 42A report, Ms. Coyle emailed Mr. Marsden advising that the timetable provided for evidence by the 4th of November and questioned whether that would be his evidence or whether he would be providing a statement. And he provided a statement of evidence on the 4th of November. So the document we're talking to is not formally on the record at this point.
Well, that actually makes sense because I couldn't find what we were talking about yesterday when I looked at it last night. So we haven't seen those comments. And so I think it wasn't received in time it's been superseded by evidence. It's not something that we would otherwise give any attention to because it's not a formal part of our record and our process. So I don't think we need to take that further.
Thank you, I agree.
I did actually drop that into council with my revised submission, so I'm not sure where it ended up, but I wasn't going to present that today anyway, so, yep, thank you.
Thank you.
I just had two things to touch on briefly. The first of those was just around mana whenua engagement and kaitiakitanga, and just firstly to direct the commissioners to what there is in the application. So the notified application includes at Appendix 5 consultation records, and that includes a letter from Ngāti Whakahemo in October 2022. In that letter, Ngāti Whakahemo record that they've appreciated the number of visits they've had to the farm and the way in which Mr. and Mrs. Marsh undertake their farming and conservation practices. They also refer to a report back to the marae at a hui. And obviously Ngāti Whakahemo's involvement in this process has been followed up with the submission and support and indeed their attendance at the hearing yesterday and today. There is secondly on the website, but the attachments are not there, and so I suggest that you ask Ms. Coyle to make them available to you, but there is a link to a 17 July 2023 response to an RFI. That has two attachments to it. At attachment 4 there are some meeting minutes of a meeting with Ngāti Pikiao, and attachment 6 is the 4 letters that originally went out to the relevant mana whenua setting out the proposal. So that just provides a little more context for the commissioners around that engagement. Just finally on the issue of kaitiakitanga, and look, I acknowledge it may appear on the face of it, relatively high level. It's not a resource consent with detailed resource consent conditions going to kaitiakitanga, but my submission is that for the context and scale of this proposal, the response is appropriate. The feedback has been taken account in design. You've heard about the Puanini stream being part of the Waikokopū catchment feeding into the Little Waihi estuary. So with the retirement of the dairy farm and the further planting, there will be a benefit in that regard. And the other thing Mr. Coles mentioned yesterday was that there's currently no access to that stream, whereas with this proposal, access will now be available. The other thing I just wanted to briefly touch on in case there wasn't another opportunity for a conversation about this was the site visit. And obviously the commissioners will visit the site itself. I suggest it might be appropriate to visit the school area, given that you've heard about that from submitters. The 42A report attached a recreation assessment from the council, which referred to investment in playgrounds. There is a pump track that has been installed by council along Arawa Road. It's pretty rough, but it is there. So I just invite you to have a look at that. That obviously, in addition to that, the applicant is proposing a playground as part of its structure plan. And lastly, I suggest it would be appropriate, particularly if you have more time, and given that there is an issue in contention around the extent of plan-enabled development in Te Puke in particular, to have a look at the areas that have been rezoned. So there's an urban growth area between McLaughlin Drive and Whitehead Avenue, which is still in high production kiwi fruit. And then in terms of the fringes, there are the maps available in Mr. Perry's report, and you may like to afford the opportunity to have a look at those. That's all I wanted to say on the site visit. Thank you for your attention to the applicant's evidence.
Thank you. If you're invited, because we've got some time now, because we won't be taking that site visit, to put those suggestions, including a map that you actually want us to Visit, and the same applies to all of the parties if they wish us to visit any particular area, to put that to Ms Coyle, maybe by the close of business on Monday, say 5 p.m. on Monday. Monday, is it the 18th? I think it might be.
Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you. Now we move from the applicant to some submitters. We are a wee bit behind, but we will box on. So the first up, we have Mr. Adams. Welcome, Mr. Adams. We have reviewed, I think you've supplied us with a brief of evidence, is that right? So,
Yep, that's correct. Kia ora koutou, commissioners, ladies and gents, thanks for having me. So I'll just talk briefly to that submission. So my name's Scott Adams. I'm Managing Director of Caris Group, a national land development company. I'm also founding member and chair of Urban Task Force for Tauranga, which is an incorporated society set up to provide strong leadership, advocacy and positive change for growth for the betterment of Tauranga. Caris have been involved in urban developments in the Bay of Plenty and throughout the North Island since 1990, and in that time we've developed more than 10,000 residential lots. Caris is currently actively developing in Wellington, Taupo and Hawke's Bay. I submitted on Plan Change 95, and I want to express my support for this plan change and for future housing supply, which is desperately needed in our sub-region. In the last 20 years, the track record of local authorities in our sub-region for rezoning land for residential housing has been quite frankly poor. And future urban growth areas such as Te Tumu, Tauriko West, Te Papa, Te Puke and Mokoroa should have been rezoned years ago, with trunk infrastructure required to enable them. Because of the lag in rezoning future urban land to residential, the lack of network infrastructure capacity, local councils' debt funding caps, and the resistance from stakeholders to enter into trunk infrastructure agreements, it's been evident for nearly 10 years now that our sub-region will never be able to keep pace with housing demand again. So plan changes for smaller developments such as this one are critical to attempt to mitigate the ever-increasing housing supply shortfall. The recent fast-track appointed sites in the region will be extremely difficult and expensive to deliver because of deep pockets of unsuitable materials such as peat through those fast-track sites, and they're in high flood zones as well. Smart Growth have advised that another housing and business assessment is required for our sub-region. The last one was completed in 2021. I predict that this will provide a much more alarming housing shortfall pipeline than what is already forecast, which is currently a shortfall of approximately 10,000 dwellings over the next 30 years. In the Eastern Corridor, there's an urgent need for more housing to support employment. Rangiuru Business Park is anticipated to employ several thousand people to support the growth of the region, including the Port of Tauranga. So where are these folks going to live? In addition to housing for Rangiuru employment, Zespri projected at the end of 2023 that kiwi fruit tray production is expected to grow by 56% over the next 5 years. More than 1,000 canopy hectares of new kiwi fruit orchards have been developed east of Te Puke during the last 12 years. New Zealand Kiwi Fruit Growers Incorporated advised that manual labour for the kiwi fruit sector is required year-round with a full-time employment ratio of 5 employees per 10 canopy hectares, plus an extra several thousand seasonal labour workers are required at various times of the year for horticultural activities from planting to packing. So this means several hundred extra full-time and part-time kiwi fruit workers are required right now. Where are they all going to live? Kiwi fruit is our biggest local export produce. This is a substantial financial investment, and there's an urgent need to support our horticultural sector with housing supply. For far too long, our sub-regional authorities have blocked housing growth in an overly conservative and obstructive manner, with human welfare always being the last consideration. This has to stop. We all need to be more focused on how we can enable housing rather than continue to be overly precious on where housing can occur. Housing is the endangered species in our sub-region. Plan Change 95 will establish approximately 130 residential lots for housing and commercial amenity as well, which complies with the Regional Council's Plan Change 6 provisions. The development will be privately funded, including infrastructure upgrades and a new wastewater treatment plant. So there'll be very little establishment costs that will affect Western Bay District Council, and certainly negligible input compared to the infrastructure upgrades required to achieve any meaningful brownfield intensification development in Te Puke, which will be very difficult and expensive to stack up for affordable housing due to the cost of new infrastructure, relocating existing services such as high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage power, site acquisitions, demolition, site clearance, and the subsequent development contributions that go with that. Greenfield development is a much easier development prospect, and despite this, there's a distinct lack of any greenfield land east of Te Puke. And because of this, the demand for housing supply that Plan Change 95 will provide will be quickly taken up, with various housing topologies available to suit all budgets. I've spoken with various builders that follow us around from development to development, and they've got very few local projects in the pipeline due to the distinct lack of land for housing supply, and they would all love the opportunity to build in this location. So rather than creating land use conflicts and reverse sensitivity issues, Plan Change 95 is an urban development opportunity that will give effect to Plan Change 6 policies, such as UG7A and UG13B, through the provision of reserves, road upgrades, and retail facilities such as medical and childcare, excuse me, that could better service the local community. This all adds to local self-sufficiency as well as being close to places of employment, and it all results in good placemaking within the Pongakawa community. So that's it for me. I thank you for consideration of my submission. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commissioners on any of those submission points. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Adams. I have no questions, but thank you for your submission.
I'm the same, Mr. Adams, so I have no further questions or no questions of you as well. So thank you.
Okay, thanks for your time, commissioners. Ladies and gentlemen.
Right. Next up, we have Mark Boyle. Good morning, Mr. Boyle. We're in your hands.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this morning. My name is Mark Boyle. I'm from the Te Puke Economic Development Group. On the 6th of December 2023, we submitted on Plan Change 95 and again express our support for it. The Te Puke Economic Development Group was established in 2012. Therefore 12 years in existence. It promotes the Te Puke region as a premier location for investment, supports economic growth initiatives, helps business grow and prosper, and most importantly ensures Te Puke has a voice at central, regional and local government and in building strong and sustainable value propositions across our economic, social, cultural and environmental spheres. So firstly, I wanted to explain or the definition of the Te Puke region. Whilst the Western Bay District Council stretches from Waihi Beach to Otamarako, Te Puke people in this area refer to it as a region or a district, or quite plainly Te Puke. So it extends from the Papamoa Hills, and perhaps I could use this top one. If you excuse me, I'll turn around so people there can see. From the Papamoa Hills here, through Te Puke, down to Paengaroa, including Makatu, Pongakawa, Pukahina through to Pukahina Beach, Otamarako, and in the township of Te Puke, various rural roads stretch back to the Tauranga direct road between Rotorua and Tauranga. So that is what we define as the Te Puke region. The Te Puke region has very significant economic drivers. So as the kiwi fruit capital of the world, it has 6,000 hectares of orchards, has very sophisticated post-harvest facilities, dairy farming, beef and sheep farming, forestry. We have a significant wood processing facility in Te Puke. Various manufacturing and service industries round out a quite strong economy. We have very well established and connected communities that I've identified on that map there, and each of those have their own identity, social infrastructure. They all have a history of economic and social progress. They have schools, community halls, sports and recreation facilities, primary produce, kiwi fruit, and support businesses are actually the norm. And Pongakawa is one of those very well established 9 communities of the Te Puke region. So how can we provide evidence of that? Well, perhaps localism is the best way, in that Te Puke sees itself from the Papamoa Hills to Otamarako. Each of those districts promoted and understood and have their own sense of pride and identity, but all looking to Te Puke as a service centre and all connected to one another in various ways. So if we go to Pongakawa, which the plan change is focused or based, very well established, centrally located, proximity to all of those communities and back to the Te Puke township, and equally very well positioned between the 3 cities of Tauranga, Whakatane and Rotorua, with a similar travel time. Thinking about the extent of the economic drivers, Pongakawa is a major contributor to kiwi fruit. So in the latest published figures from Zespri and NZKGI, about $1.05 billion of fruit found its way from the Te Puke region to international markets in this last year. If we track back 2 years, that combined figure from the Te Puke region was about $770 million. So that's evidence of the growth. And in the most recent figures, Pongakawa delivered $131 million of kiwi fruit. 2 years prior, that number was $99 million. So that's evidence of the fact that kiwi fruit plays a significant role in Pongakawa, as it does to the national kiwi fruit effort, and is justified in calling itself the kiwi fruit capital of the world. Farming and other service businesses add to the output of Pongakawa. It's predicted to grow. Those numbers have been proven. There's been significant orchard growth. Pongakawa plays home to 2 sizable post-harvest facilities, and there are existing and growing service businesses in Pongakawa. All evidenced as you take a tour along the highway and down rural roads. You'll see things like panel beaters, you'll see automotive repair people, you'll see the opportunity to buy groceries and fuel at a service station, BP service station. you'll see agricultural service businesses in Pongakawa that are very significant. For example, Kaikokapu Road, you'll see a recently built large facility that houses a high number of agricultural machines, and you'll see service contractors everywhere servicing the kiwifruit industry and the general farming area. So strong economic drivers and strong economic performance, and Pongakawa can definitely lay claim to strong economic performance. It has a high-performing school, action centre, year-round swimming pool, hall and heritage facility that is at the centre of our cultural and social wellbeing. The Pongakawa-based Waikokapu initiative is a good indicator of environmental leadership and wellbeing. With 20,000 people across the Te Puke region, 3,000 approximately live in Pongakawa. That is predicted to grow. Housing is needed to support growth. Through our submissions to Smart Growth in 2018 and 2023, most recently their future development strategy, and with our direct engagement with central, regional and local government, politicians and senior officials, many bus tours that we've done over the years showing senior people, including cabinet ministers, that there is a need for housing to support economic growth. We've long highlighted the need for housing to match that economic performance. We were the originators of the promotion of the rural hamlet idea and the continuity of a hub and spoke approach for good community building. Te Puke as the hub and the other communities that I've outlined today as the spokes. So for decades, as I said earlier, the township has been the service centre for the wider region, and that linkage is proven across all of those different business sectors, and the fact that people live in rural communities, travel to Te Puke for work, and people live in Te Puke and travel to Pongakawa and other rural communities for their work. So our diversity and all of those things I touched on around the service sector, retail, professional services, schools, sports, etc., show that we truly are one community, one market, and we are all linked, and in fact all have a similar vision in terms of Te Puke being the kiwifruit capital of the world. Plan Change 95 will enable delivery of much needed housing. We believe an expansion of an existing residential settlement is sensible. It avoids a loss of horticultural land. It is currently marginal dairy land. We think investment in the development of new horticultural production is anywhere in the vicinity of $500,000 to $1 million per hectare. And so what we're doing here, or what's proposed here, is adding value to the horticultural sector, to the wider economy, by providing much needed housing on marginal dairy land and an existing residential settlement. So when completed, it would have quality housing, deliver new infrastructure. There's an investment in recreational activity, the opportunity for commercial space, discussion about an early childhood education centre, a healthcare centre, and those direct accessible routes to the township and the wider Bay of Plenty can only mean a positive outcome. We think that approval of the plan change will add significantly to all of those well-beings of the economy, social, cultural and environmental. I'd like to finish with something of a political nature, and I realise that you have to make your decisions based on the law and good planning and good placemaking, but I would draw your attention to what the government has said and continues to say. Prior to being sworn in, Christopher Luxon said, "I think we have got the medium density residential standard wrong. We prefer to see much greater focus on greenfields developments, which mean converting farmland into suburbs." Now, we've actually had some discussions directly with Chris Bishop on this and others, and they continue to talk about going for growth. They continue to talk about building on the edge of cities. There's a national housing problem. There is a very dire Bay of Plenty problem. And when you think about our well-beings and our performance and our sustainability and the very strong likelihood of continuing growth of kiwi fruit, then we're a prime candidate for housing growth. And so what the applicants are doing is putting forward a very good proposal, and we believe, commissioners, and we ask you please, to give this your favourable consideration. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Neither Commissioner Whettu or I have any questions of you, but we do appreciate you coming along and making a presentation and obviously supplying your evidence in advance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robin Cooper. Good morning, Ms. Cooper. We are in your hands.
Is it already on? Can you hear me clearly? Great. I'll start off with my introduction and pretty much read from my evidence that I submitted. My name is Robin Cooper, and I have lived continuously in Arawa Road for over 36 and a half years. I had previously made submissions on Plan Change 95 and once again like to express my very strong support for the proposed Pencarrow subdivision. I feel my length of time residing in the area and affiliation with Punakawa School gives me a unique perspective on the benefits of being a part of this very special community. And to elaborate on that, my whole submission here is that of a more personal nature. I have listened and admired everything and the expertise, but I feel the component that is missing is, and if I could draw attention for what is right behind you, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata, is a personal perspective. We need to fulfil all these and tick every box, fully aware of that, but you cannot transplant heart, passion and community, no matter where you build, no matter about these delightful new developments at Te Tumu that are coming. There's nothing already there. We are already in the midst of generational community. Paul Hickson spoke yesterday. His family have been farming there solidly 5 generations since the 1800s. I'm new. Like Craig said yesterday, he's 25 years principal of Punakawa. Given him another 25 years, he's a local. I grew up and was educated in Wellington. I've lived in Rotorua, Forestry Village, so I've had both ends of the scale there. And yet I fell in love, and my love affair with Punakawa started 38 years ago. It is that component that I'm hoping to, because how can we give the essence of community in a written submission? We can't. So I shall continue with the points that I wish to extrapolate on. So Punakawa School is indeed the jewel in the crown pertaining to the growth of our area. I have raised 4 sons, all of whom attended this fabulous school, and it was indeed the main reason why we settled here. It has been the focus of so many opportunities and benefits, like has been expressed before. We have a 25-metre heated swimming pool, we have a fabulous tech centre and large recreational grounds. All of these are accessible to the community. However, it is the heart of the school that sets it apart, and the ability for our community to grow and support this would be amazing. in relation to my next point, into available housing. There is a very real shortage of affordable housing in Punakawa, and to attest to this, I've had 2 of my sons and 2 grandsons relocate as they were unable to buy a house in the community in which they grew up in and very much wanted to settle. As I said, new in the area as in only 36 and a half years. However, that's 3 generations. You settle because of connection. People are connection. Punakawa is I can't even find the words to describe. There is an essence there, and hopefully that microcosm of time you spend there, you may be able to get a bit of that vibe. It is so sad, and I'm trying really hard not to become emotional, but to lose 2 of those 4 boys and to lose my grandsons has been a huge impact on me. Primarily, I work from home, and that enabled me to go and pick my grandson up from school, attend the local daycare centre. They now live in Papamoa, and makes things a little bit harder. So I'm really wanting to imbibe the fact of connectivity, but gosh, I'm a little bit lost for words on this. I'm so passionate about my community and I'm so passionate about the school. So I'll continue with my written words. Now, the proposed plan change would provide much needed housing and clear potential for extended community amenities. The idea of a store that I could actually walk to and health provider, among other possibilities, and the proposed cycle trail from Pukahina to Punakawa that would support our growth, or I apologise, the growth in our community would support these things. What amazing opportunity. I feel, and this is true, I feel myself grinning with this prospect. So again, I'm speaking from a personal perspective. I have a 5-bedroom home and over 1/3 of an acre. My children have left home, and I have long-standing issues from a previous accident. So my mobility is directly being affected. Up until this proposal, I was very seriously thinking of selling. Now, what this has entailed is I can get on my crutches with my grandson and go down and get a bottle of milk. I get unexpected visitors and I'm out of something, or as I said, I work from home. So I can have clients maybe come to home and I hear there could be coffee and cake down the road. This actually enhances it. This stops me thinking I have to leave a community that I feel so connected to because there is possibility there. I have an elderly neighbour who is turning 80 at the end of this month. She's currently unable to drive. She refuses to leave. Why is she not? Because of the connection particularly to local marae. And this would benefit her. So although my feeling is young people's school and this connection, it also enables us at the other end of our, or if we are, which I haven't heard actually mentioned anything, and we've covered so many bases and you've ticked so many boxes, but talking about mobility issues and accessibility. With this enhancement, we're getting footpaths and areas I can walk. So if the worst case scenario for me happens and I'm in a wheelchair, I'm in an electric wheelchair down to your shop. There is these wider issues I felt maybe addressed that I hadn't seen. So, and final, to wrap this up, although these proposed changes have attracted negativity and pessimism from some, I feel the need to change our vision on what we were to what we could become is a vital and exciting possibility, and basically to give others the chance to enjoy a wee slice of paradise. And I thank you so much for your time, and if you would like to ask me anything, I'm quite happy.
Tēnā koe, Mrs. Number Skipper. I'll ask one question.
Yes.
Because I can feel your passion about your community. And you've used the example of Pungikawa School as a connector. And so, in hearing you speak, so it's a connector for those with younger families. With the anticipation of 130 new families coming into your community, what's available for adults or for that other part of the demographic to find those connections you speak of, so that they do become part of the Pungakawa community that you're passionate about, and that they thrive within and not be isolated? There's 130 new families. So are you able to give me some examples of what that in the community?
The school is not just an educational facility. It has been the hub of the community. When we put the swimming pool in, for example, and then there was the tech centre, but as Paul Hickson spoke to yesterday, the amount of people that come out and use that centre, I go regularly to that school and I'm not school age. It is a community facility. It's an educational facility. It's a phenomenal educational facility. And that has been integral to, we've hosted so many functions up there. So as in this hub being available and a room being there, and there will be an opportunity then for meetings or groups or, it's limitless. But then it's down to choice as well. So there's a choice. You live in a rural, it's an urban setting in a rural environment. I don't want to live, I've lived in a city and I've lived in towns. I like the feel, I like the vibe, I love the people. And it's my choice to live there. I'm not living there because I've got a restaurant or anything else, but I do love the ability that there is a chance now where we can have a little bit more social connection within that community. So I put it to you that I work from home. With young people and the affordability of houses, quite often, and especially with the flexible kiwi fruit industry, and I know of many, they job share. Okay, so they might get two young mums. We're bringing up children, daycare's expensive, they'll often job share. Now, in this extended community, so with what we have now and there, that is that connection that's going to bring on. So you get to meet people, you've got a job, do you understand where I'm coming from that? That connection is forged by people living together, sharing experiences. But in talking about facilities for adults, don't we create that ourselves? We have people who have done all sorts of things, from jazzercise to everything. There's exercise things, there's been ladies' meetings, groups, and they usually use the facilities at the school. So, and it's just up the road. So people drive, I don't believe, people drive in those connections. People drive the connection to form a group, to become social. So it's not that it's existing, the spirit's existing. And you ask, what's the connection? What do you want? What do the community want? What do the future community want? They will drive that, will they not? That is my feeling, that it's the ability, as Mark said, to grow and to expand, but we're existing already. We're not a blank canvas like Tutumu. We have strong, and I'm going to say it, it's a love. There is a love in our community, and we're not talking Aroa Road, yes, that's our residence. I'm talking about community, and it's very strong, and it's very generational, and it's very welcoming, and it's amazing. Okay.
And I have no questions for you, Mrs. Skipper, so thank you very much.
Well, thank you both for your time, and thank you, everyone.
So next before us are Rebecca and Cameron Blake.
Good afternoon.
Before you commence, do we have evidence from you?
Yes, well, oh no, sorry, not evidence.
No.
Additional, no,
So just your submission?
just a submission.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. We are against the plan change 95 for Penkara Estate. As third generation farmers in the Bonkawa community, we're really passionate about the area and the community, and we would agree with a lot of the sentiment that Robin just expressed. And we also are concerned about the future of the community. For real success in anything in life, I think most people would acknowledge that you have to play a long game. To achieve a goal, it doesn't pay to take shortcuts or take easy options, because you pay for these decisions at a later stage. After reading the Momentum's and the applicant's resumption response, we feel that the Plan Change 95 is simply a band-aid response to the need for housing in the wider Te Puke area, for which they're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. One huge advantage we have in New Zealand is the ability to plan our urban development to be efficient with space and to be constructive for public transport options. This proposed plan we consider doesn't have good public transport options at this stage. On another point, as both university students at Lincoln University after the Christchurch earthquakes, we have seen firsthand the loss of highly productive land on mass scale in the subdivisions that were approved to provide really fast housing options, which in that instance we can understand was required. But more importantly, there was a urban-rural divide, and neighbouring farmers faced, well, they became the minority population, and we saw that have a really adverse effect on what was a rural settlement. Also, some of those soils around that area were the most top soils in New Zealand, and now they're gone forever. When you put houses, they never get removed. Momentum is arguing that the Plan Change 95 would consolidate what is already an urban area, and we would suggest that the current housing on Awara Road is an anomaly on the landscape, with large sections and currently no public amenities. It's not a particularly urban environment. Adding to this will not consolidate an urban environment, but instead promote further urban sprawl and make future plan change easier if people see fit in future. Momentum suggests that 9.9 hectares of the region's 44,000 hectares of productive land is an insignificant loss. However, what's in place to stop this having a cumulative effect? 9.9 hectares is quite a lot of land. What's to say that the next plan change would say, what's to say that the next plan change would not say the exact same thing? Momentum suggests that there is no other short-term options to meet the housing demand. And we would suggest that more attempts should be made to really incentivise urban development nearer to existing townships of Paengaroa or Te Puke. And we understand that there is highly productive land there which is already being used for horticultural purposes, and therefore it's not economically viable to turn into housing. But if you're playing the long game, you would make that happen. Yeah, just sticking to the plan of the Western Bay Plenty District Council so that we actually end up in the right place in another 10, 20, 30, 100 years' time. Two other key points I'll briefly touch on are the horticultural accommodation argument and the road safety. We don't disagree that the horticultural industry has grown immensely and that there is a need for accommodation. However, after attending the meeting that Momentum held at the Ponkawa Hall and hearing from the many Aotearoa Road residents, we heard firsthand that many of those residents currently drive to Tauranga to work, and have no involvement in horticulture. With the nature of horticulture, employees are required to work in many locations. So we question how this development would serve any better than a development in Te Puke or Paengaroa. People are still going to have to drive either way. This proposed development is being sold as providing affordable housing options, but the large majority of horticultural workers are earning low-level wages. With these houses being brand new, it is unlikely that many would be purchased to be rented out to horticultural employees. So what's to say that this development doesn't cause more problems than it solves? In our view, affordable housing in the country would attract people working elsewhere, in Tauranga perhaps, who are unable to afford Tauranga City house prices. And this could cause more problems than it solves. There could be, in the future, if there's more plan changes ahead, then the traffic on State Highway 2 could be like it is along Bethlehem to Katikati. Finally, the Aotearoa Road intersection, no matter how professionals deem it, is a difficult intersection to get out of. And being a state highway, it has no guarantees of being greatly improved in the near future.
In conclusion, success is about the long game. We feel strongly that this proposal is a short-term solution, a band-aid that will potentially not solve any short-term solutions, and will definitely have long-term consequences by setting a precedent that highly productive land is readily available to be converted into slapdash, poorly planned communities, having long-term consequences and irreversible damage to the land that can never be returned. We strongly suggest that this proposal be declined.
Thank you for your time.
Tēnā korua. Thank you for the submission. And you can see you put some time into it. But I have no questions for you this morning, so thank you.
And I'm the same. We do appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And Mike Marson. Good morning, Mr. Marson. We're in your hands.
Okay. I see we've got a lunch break coming up at 12:30. Have we got a lunch break coming up at 12:30? Will I have time to?
Could you turn that other mic off next to you, please?
This one?
Yeah.
If I go over 20 minutes, will you continue to hear my submissions?
We've got two choices. We can either, if you think you're going to go longer than the 17 minutes we've got, we can take the lunch adjournment now and come back, or we can literally get you as far as we can by 12:30 and then take the adjournment and then you come back, or we can just hear you a wee bit later. It depends on how long you think you're going to go.
Well, how about we give a go for me to start? Yep. And then see where we are at 12:30, and then if I have to come back.
Sounds good.
Adjournment. Okay.
Yep.
Just where I am, sorry. Yes, here we go. Kia ora, Commissioners. My name is Mike Marson. I have lived and worked in the Pongakau area since 1974 and my wife Mapu and I built our first home at number 6 Aroa Road in 1986. We currently live at number 25 Aroa Road, adjoining the PPC land. One of the main reasons the Aroa Road settlement's residents enjoy living here is because of its quiet rural character. A wee slice of paradise, as one submitter aptly described it. We have to travel longer distances to access employment, commercial and social infrastructure, but it is worth it for the quiet rural character and lifestyle. There is no demand for commercial and social infrastructure here. The lack of these facilities adds to the charm and quiet rural character. We have a walkway on the paper road at the end of the Aroa Road, which is well utilised, and the Aroa Road recreational plan hopefully will see a playground constructed for us sometime soon. It is quiet because there's no through traffic and nothing to attract visitors from outside the settlement, which is just how we like it. Our children play safely here, and in fact, we all feel quite safe here. The big concern of residents is that with urbanisation, we will lose much of the quiet rural character that we value so much, and the attraction of living here will be lost. In fact, many residents are considering other options for their futures should this PPC be successful. The applicants and planners claim urbanisation will positively benefit the existing residents. Well, actually, that's not what I'm hearing from the residents. Quite the opposite, in fact. I live on a 2,000 square metre section zoned rural adjoining the PPC site. Almost a lifestyle block in today's terms, with section sizes down to 350 square metres. Room for a veggie garden, fruit trees, a small mini putt course, grandchildren to play, and room to park a boat or caravan or whatever. We are very privileged, and it is a bit sad to consider that if this PPC were to go ahead, some developer will probably buy my property when we go and put another 2 or 3 houses on the site. The wee slice of paradise, as described by submitter Robin Cooper, will be lost forever. For what? I wonder. I've done much advocating for this settlement with the Western Bay of Plenty District Council in this very room, and we have seen many improvements at Aroa Road, with the upgrade of the first half of Aroa Road, including footpaths, curb and channelling, widening of the road and installation of a bus shelter. The implementation of the 40-kilometre-hour speed limit, securing of the public's recreational access to the paper road at the end of Aroa Road, the reinstatement of the walking track on the paper road, the pumicening of that walking track, and the council's recreational plan for Aroa Road. I worked with council staff always with a positive and polite manner, although it is a slow, difficult process and fraught with challenges. However, when improvements do come, it is immensely satisfying to see the community benefiting. There has been talk of a development at this location for many years. Initially, it was for large lifestyle type sections with wide tree-lined streets, covenants on the sections for everything from building type to fence heights. However, the plans have now morphed into a high-density urban type development. I sort of understand that intensive development in existing urban areas is a necessary evil to increase housing supply. However, I do have concerns as to whether this is an appropriate location for an intensive urban type development. This PPC appears to be inconsistent and contrary to the various policy statements on housing supply developed collaboratively in recent years by local bodies in the Western Bay Plenty and by central government. Policies designed to guide local authorities to ensure housing growth happens in a planned, appropriate manner and avoid plan changes that are ad hoc, haphazard, unguided and reactive. Given my long association with Pongakawa and the aroha I have for the area, I've been compelled to complete a rather detailed submission regarding this PPC. I've never been through a plan change process before, so this is all new to me. But my observation of the process is simply you pay a whole lot of people a whole lot of money to say a whole lot of stuff you want them to say in support of your PPC. Strategy designed to overwhelm and intimidate a whole lot of people, make their eyes glaze over, throw their hands in the air and say, this is going to happen anyway, there's nothing I can do or say that will make the slightest bit of difference. Strategy, I must add, that is very successful and deters a whole lot of people from engaging in the process. Many people do not have the skills, tools, time or knowledge of the process to engage, and their voices go unheard. I must admit that has been my reaction as well at times, but I've been tempted to throw my hands up in the air as well, and leave the decisions to more learned people. But I've had to put that aside and commit to engaging in the process so as to ensure that the best possible outcome for the residents and the future of Pongakawa. So that's my introduction. Probably that would be sufficient for a lot of people, but so my submission is quite a detailed subject which covers a lot of topics, and this PPC, the planners, throw a whole lot of topics at us, and I thought, well, how do I respond to this? I thought, well, I just have to submit on every topic. So in my first submission, which was probably in October, my revised submission, I talked about the Aroa Road Penelope Place zoning and how the zoning came to be about, it's actually a bit of an anomaly that we have a residential community way out in Pongakawa there. It's very, very unusual. And the question is often asked, how did this rural settlement get its residential zoning? Well, apparently there was a dairy factory planned for this location around 1960. The land was zoned residential at that time to provide homes for the factory staff. Obviously, the dairy factory never eventuated, but the residential zoning remained. The Penelope Place subdivision was part of that residential zoning, and it was not developed till more recently because there was no access off Aroa Road, and NZTA would not allow them to access onto the state highway. So, yeah, that covers how we got our zoning there. I'll move on to, we've heard a lot of talk about housing for Pongakawa kiwifruit workers, and the Regional Council appears to hold a position regarding the PPC that the proposal is not provided for in the Bay Plenty Regional Council statement for urban and rural growth, not supported by the proposal is beyond the scope of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development and misinterprets the purpose of the RPS Change 6. And in fact, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's proposal is that it's contrary to the above policy statements. The Bay of Plenty Regional Council also advises that PPC is again contrary to the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, and the Urban Form and Transport Initiative does not identify Pongakawa as a potentially urban growth location. Despite the applicants receiving all this advice from these authorities, they are determined to proceed with their application and are justifying their plans and seeking to get around the relevant policy statements by stating that development is aimed to meet the perceived demand for housing for the Pongakawa horticultural industry. The applicants claim that the horticultural industry is growing rapidly. Yes, it has grown over the last 10 years, but that growth has slowed considerably. Currently, I know of no one residing in the current Aroa Road settlement who works on local orchards. There may be one or two, but I'm not aware of any. Robin across the road from me works on an orchard in Welcome Bay, but I don't count that as local. There are a few who work in pack houses, but they're mostly in and around the Te Puke township. My wife works in a pack house in Te Puke. When houses in this settlement come on the market, you would think if there was that stated pent-up demand that they would be snapped up by local kiwifruit workers. It is absolutely not the case. The residents of this settlement mostly travel some considerable kilometres to access employment, recreation, health, shopping and other requirements. I don't see that changing at all with any future residents of this planned development. The orchard management structure has changed a lot in recent years. For myself, I did manage an orchard locally for many years, but on my retirement, the grower has passed the management of that orchard to the pack house, which packs his fruit. And increasingly, that's become the preferred approach for orchard management in the industry. The large developments that have happened in recent years around Pongakawa are also managed in this way. The headquarters and offices of these pack houses management companies are largely in and around the Te Puke town, and it is here that these companies orchard managers are based. Much of the on-orchard work is seasonal, it's not 12 months of the year work, and these companies source much of their labour requirements from seasonal workers and RSE worker schemes. In fact, some of these packhouses and management companies are now providing their own accommodation to meet the needs of their RSCs and seasonal staff. While it is entirely possible some houses in any new development in this location may go to local orchard staff, I would expect the vast majority would go to buyers outside the local horticulture industry, which is absolutely the case in the current settlement. I don't see any evidence of that changing at all in the future. In summary, it would appear the applicants' claims of their development plans meeting pent-up local industry housing demand are unfounded. We'll move on the Urban Form and Transport Initiative, which I think is quite important to highlight. The Urban Form and Transport Initiative was a collaborative project led by Smart Growth, NZTA, and involved Western Bay of Plenty District Council, Tauranga City Council, Bay of Plenty Regional Council, iwi, and community leaders. They committed to a coordinated and aligned approach to housing, transport, and urban development in the Western Bay of Plenty. The final report was completed in 2020. The UFTI identified areas for and ways to increase housing supply with a connected centres program and to avoid ad hoc plan changes and developments that are haphazard, unguided and reactive. The consequences of uncoordinated growth are additional costs to ratepayers for infrastructure and services, congestion and environmental degradation. By planning and delivering for the longer term, the Smart Growth partners will avoid many of the negative consequences associated with growth. The site of this PPC is not recognised in the Urban Form and Transport Initiative as a growth location, and NZTA consider it to be unanticipated and out of sequence. In fact, it would appear this PPC is exactly the sort of ad hoc development that the UFTI project was set up for to avoid. It would seem to me that all the hard work, planning and cooperation by the various partners that went into developing the Urban Form and Transport Initiative over several years would have been in vain if such a PPC such as this was successful. The various local authorities need to follow the guidelines they diligently develop together, or this will open the door to other inappropriate land changes. On the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, the government introduced the NPS HPL in 2022 to provide direction to local authorities to improve the way highly productive land is managed under the Resource Management Act. Highly productive land is recognised as a resource with finite characteristics and long-term values both now and for the future. The land of this PPC is classified as highly productive land. This PPC land is the guts of this farm. PPC land takes out all of the most productive land and all of the high ground of all of the farm infrastructure. This land has been farmed as a highly productive dairy unit for I don't know how many years, but probably generations. The applicants are hands-on, diligent farmers, and their lives appear to revolve around maintaining the day-to-day high productivity of this farm. Much of this farm is low-lying floodplain, so this high ground is vital to the future viability of this farming unit. The loss of this high ground will spell the end for this highly productive farming unit and result in the fragmentation of a large and geographically cohesive area. Dairy farm units of this size that sustain comfortably a family are becoming increasingly rare as more and more farms are amalgamated into large enterprises managed by more corporate type farmers. I think it is important to retain farming units of this size for future generations of farmers. Given that the applicants are diligent farmers, it does surprise me somewhat that they would consider cutting up this farm, which has been such an important part of their lives and could be for generations to come. If this PPC gets a green light, it will pave the way for other such rural developments, and the Bay of Plenty's highly productive land could soon be interspersed with an ever-expanding patchwork of small settlements of people who all need to drive to their jobs, schools, entertainment and supermarkets in the main centres. As a quote, that'll be fun. Highly productive land is a precious and finite resource. Once it's gone, it's gone. Local authorities need to tread carefully and ensure that the solutions of today aren't fueling the problems of tomorrow. I'm sorry, but I'm going to go over time. So.
How much more do you have to go?
I'm probably halfway through, sorry.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll take the adjournment now and we'll come back to you to complete at 1 o'clock.
Yep, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Marson. I understand that Ms. Coyle has had a brief conversation with you. So just to reinforce that we have read your submission, which I understand you're reading from verbatim. So we've been right the way through it. We've also read your evidence. So just letting you know that we are very aware of what you've written.
I realise that as well, but I also note that many of submitters have been reading quite extensively on their submissions and their evidence. So I'd like to have that opportunity to do the same. So.
Sure. No, it's your opportunity to do that.
I will shorten. Some parts I will go over. Not pass over. Sorry, but I will try and the points I've been bringing up are very important points. I don't think they are points that should be overlooked. I think they need to be heard. So, you've spent all day yesterday listening to one party. I think other people should have the opportunity to speak as well, so to utilise your time. So.
Yeah, and we're not looking to truncate that. It'll just be really clear. We have read all your information.
Yes.
We've also read all of the information that others have presented to us and who aren't here today, and they hold the same weight as the stuff that is being presented to us.
I'll try and keep.
And the delays that have occurred have primarily been driven around the questions that have come from the panel, more so than the actual summaries that have been read. So if there's any delay, then it falls squarely on our shoulders, more so than any party who's appeared before us today.
Yes, I appreciate that. And I'll try, as I said, I will pass some parts of my submission over, but I will concentrate on important parts of my submission. So.
Wonderful. Well, we're in your hands.
We're at the...
Sorry, can I just quickly ask that Mr. Marson lean into the microphone because my clients are having difficulty hearing him.
Probably speak a bit closer. Oh, yeah. I'd just like to talk on the national policy, or it might be too loud. National policy statement for urban development. I think that's very important in this situation. The national policy statement for urban development is about ensuring New Zealand towns and cities are well-functioning urban environments. It removes over-restrictive barriers to allow growth to go up and out in urban locations that have good access to existing services, public transport networks and infrastructure. The Aroa Road Panopi Place settlement is not an urban area and is regarded, and rightly so, by the two relevant local authorities, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council and the Western Bay of Plenty District Council, as a rural settlement, and as such, the NPSUD cannot be used to justify any residential development at this location. The dictionary defines urban as being of a city or town. The Aroa Road settlement in no way resembles a city or town. Urban is described in the NPSUD as any area of land, irrespective of size, that is or is intended to be predominantly urban in character and is or intended to be part of a housing and labour market of at least 10,000 people. The Aroa Road settlement is in no way predominantly urban in character. Is the intention of the applicants to urbanise this settlement, create a town, if you like, at Pongakawa? Te Puke's 20 minutes drive from Aroa Road and 30 to 40 minutes drive at peak times when traffic is often backed up from Te Puke to Waitangi. It is quite a stretch to believe that the rural Aroa Road settlement at Pongakawa is part of the Te Puke urban area. In fact, many would say that via the TEL Expressway, the urban areas of Papamoa and Mount Maunganui are more accessible. At the core of the NPSUD is the requirement for planning decisions to contribute to well-functioning urban environments and for local authorities to enable greater intensification in areas of high demand and where there is the greatest evidence of benefit. Examples, city centres, metropolitan centres, town centres, and near rapid transit stops. It's hard to believe that with its isolation and distance from all necessary infrastructure, such as schools, educational facilities, shopping centres, supermarkets, medical centres, social services, recreational facilities and amenities, commercial and maintenance businesses, employment opportunities, and its car-centric transport needs, that Aroa Road could ever be a well-functioning urban environment. In fact, the opposite would be true. With the relaxing of restrictions on intensive development in the Western Bay of Plenty, we're now seeing significant development and intensification with the Te Puke urban area, which is going a long way to address any housing shortfall in this area. Clearly, the sort of development that the NPCUD is designed to facilitate, not ad hoc and unanticipated, out of sequence, haphazard, unguided, reactive and frankly irresponsible plan changes such as PC 95. I'll move on to concerning consultation with the residents of the Aroa settlement regarding this PPC. 8 2,000 square metre sections on Aroa Road zoned rural bound directly onto the plan change. In November 2022, the PPC applicants did consult with 7 of those 8 properties, the 8th property being the applicant's daughter at number 53 Aroa Road. I was one of the 7. The applicants did host us 7 property owners at their house and provided a lavish supper. The applicants did invite us to include our properties in their plan change at no cost to us, and it was suggested to us by the applicants that our properties would immediately jump in value by $500,000 if rezoned residential because of the subdivision potential of our properties. We're shown a rather basic map of their plans and asked for any feedback on concerns. There were 2 meetings and they were cordial. I suspect the applicants thought that with the $500,000 valuation increase carrot, we would line up to sign in support of their PPC and be eternally grateful. We have all 7 of us declined their invitation to join the PPC. We prefer the rural nature of our properties, have no desire to subdivide, and our properties probably have a price premium because of their unique size. There was no consultation that I'm aware of with the wider Aroa Road Penelope Place community, or indeed Barry and Elaine May, who also boundary onto the PPC land. This has concerned me, as a planned development such as this will have some impact to some degree on all residents of this rural settlement, not just those who directly adjoin the PPC land. And I do know that consultation with the wider community is regarded by council to be best practice. There was a meeting, and I won't go through it, but I think you should have the details of a meeting that was held on the 21st of March 2024 for submitters, consultation meeting for submitters. That meeting was, I don't know, December submissions closed, so what's that, 3 or 4 months after submissions closed? And I have given you a detailed breakdown of what I witnessed at the meeting, and I won't go through it, but you have that there as my record of the meeting. Yeah, I won't say anything further on that, so we'll skip through. You happy with that? So, yep. Environmental effects, we'll move on because there is some Kirsten Brown had a statement of evidence recently, which I responded to, so I will relate environmental effects to my reply to that, to her statement. So, State Highway Aroa Road intersection, same thing again. Bruce Harrison supplied a statement of evidence, and I replied to that, so I'll refer to that, my reply to the statement of evidence for that topic. On the matter of flood risk, I believe strongly that the land of the PPC is at some risk of flooding in a major weather event, 1 in 100-year flood. I witnessed myself flooding here in, I think it was 1988, 89 or thereabouts. My wife and I were living at number 6 Aroa Road at the time. And after a night of steady but not particularly heavy rain, we were shocked to look out the window in the morning and see floodwaters lapping the tar seal on the applicant's farm across the road from us. The undulating gullies on the applicant's farm across from us and within the current PPC boundary were completely underwater. And it occurred to me that if the water had come a bit higher over the road, we would definitely have been flooded. I had to scratch my head and wonder where all the water had come from, but found out later from a friend of mine, Raymond Dash, who was logging in the forests in the hills behind Pongakawa, that the rain was so intense that night that piles of logs were washed off their log loading platforms. And one gang further down the road had all their logs washed away, and a log skidder, a big machine for hauling logs, washed away and ended up wrapped around a tree. The floodwaters had obviously come down from the hills behind Pongakawa. I would have to question the applicant's statement in the PPC document that in 50 years they have not seen flooding to this extent on their land, because I certainly saw it at that time. That was after only one night's very intense rain in the hills behind Pongakawa. I can only imagine what could have happened if that rain had continued for longer. The devastation that Cyclone Gabriel wrought on parts of the North Island's east coast last year, shows just how vitally important it is not to underestimate the risk of flooding when planning development at this or any other location. The Esk Valley is a vivid example. It was devastated by flooding in 1936, absolutely devastated. Unfortunately, these events fade from memory and development continues, and as in the Esk example, with disastrous consequences. I'll move on. Flood flow paths, I think that's been covered by the Regional Council probably pretty well. It's something that I submitted on because at the time there was very little reference to it in the plan change documents, but I noticed that that has been taken notice of now, and there have been accommodations for those flood paths in the PPC documents. So. And the same for Aroa Road stormwater. I didn't really look into this too far, but the wastewater treatment, sewage treatment, and I think I'll cover that in my reference to Kirsten Brown's statement of evidence. So. Aroa Road upgrade, I think that's an important topic. Aroa Road from State Highway 2 to the Penelope Place intersection was upgraded earlier this year in 2023 by which would be last year, following consultation with residents. The road was widened, curb and channel down one side, and footpaths installed to a high standard, a much welcome improvement for the community. The lower section of Aroa Road from Penelope Place to the end of the seal is currently quite narrow with no footpath, although some would say adequate for the current traffic volumes. The PPC documents show a large area of land in the PPC boundary at the end of Aroa Road marked for residential development, with, I imagine, right-of-ways off Aroa Road, presumably servicing these sections. Any such development at the end of Aroa Road will result in more vehicle movements for this section of road, and this increase in traffic will change the road status from adequate to inadequate, and necessitate the upgrade of this lower section of Aroa Road to the same standard as the new first section of Aroa Road. Curb and channeling of this section brings with it the need to dispose of stormwater, and the need to divert stormwater has to be, for an upgrade of the lower part of Aroa Road, has to be addressed in the PPC plans as detailed in stormwater. Conclusion, the increase in vehicle movements in this lower section of Aroa Road will require an upgrade of this section of road. There needs to be a substantial contribution from the developers to cover this cost. The full burden of this cost should not be met by ratepayers. I've talked about water supply, but I noticed that that has been addressed in the plan change documents. But I will say that the upgrade of the water supply to meet the needs of any future development here absolutely needs to be funded by the developers, just as the existing line was funded on a user pays basis by the residents back then. It would be totally unfair on ratepayers if the needs of this development were funded in any way by ratepayers. We've talk on social infrastructure. There's no social infrastructure at the rural settlement of Aroa Road. The social infrastructure at the Pongakawa School is almost 2 kilometres away across a busy state highway and up Pongakawa School Road with no footpath or cycleway, which makes it virtually out of safe reach of the settlement other than by car. This is a rural settlement and that is how we like it. I see no current demand for a country store, and I doubt if the development will bring a scale large enough to support a health hub, doctor's surgery, dental surgery, etc., such as claimed in the PPC documents. Medical staff are stretched as it is, and it's hard to imagine medical and dental staff extending their services to Pongakawa. If we really need a bottle of milk or a loaf of bread, the Pongakawa gas station is a short drive, but mostly the community source their provisions at a more competitive price from the supermarkets in Te Puke and Papamoa. I doubt the country store at this location will change residents' shopping habits much other than maybe the occasional bottle of milk or an ice block or two. Currently, residents travel out of Pongakawa some distances for social infrastructure. And I envisage the residents of this development, of a development such as this PPC in this location, will do likewise. Makes far more sense to develop new housing stock closer to existing social infrastructure. On the topic of recreational infrastructure, and something that I've had a lot to do with on Aroa Road and securing the public's access to the paper road areas at the end of Aroa Road, improving that access with regards to the laying of a pumice path, which has been very well utilised. And I also instigated the Aroa Road recreational plan with council, which was passed and voted in this very room, with plans for a small playground on the paper road areas. And there was also, and I also, we used to have access to the stop banks of the Whareiri River, which was beautiful, walking along the river there. But unfortunately, we lost that access in 2013. And part of the recreational plan, I asked that we can regain that access. And I also put forward the idea of crossing the Whareiri onto Whareiri Road and linking up with the Pukehina cycleway. So those are all initiatives that I've been involved with. So and I must say we have seen some positive results as far as that goes. And we hope to see our playground at the end of Aroa Road completed in the future. I did have comments regarding a pump track at the end of Aroa Road. I must clarify that. Construction of the playground started a few months ago, maybe 4 months ago. And part of that, unfortunately, that construction has halted, probably halted for 3 months. And I'm not sure why, but it could have something to do with this hearing and waiting the result of that. But regarding the pump track, there was quite a bit of fill was dropped there by council, and that fill was to be spread out and just to level off the an area for the playground. Well, since construction has halted, the kids have been using that dirt as a pump track. So this is not a pump track that has been constructed by council. This is fill that has been dropped there as part of the construction of the playground, which was intended to create a flat surface. And So no, there has not been a pump track installed at the end of Aotearoa. I'll move on. Sorry, I hear some groans over there, but I'll move on and as I said, I was going to reference Bruce Harrison's assessment of the Aotearoa Road intersection. And I must say that the Aotearoa Road intersection has been, I moved here in onto the road in 86, and it was a major concern of residents then. So I'll start with due respect to Bruce. Bruce does not live here, does not have to negotiate the State Highway 2 intersection on a daily basis. I have lived here since 1986. Biggest concern with residents even then was with the safety of the State Highway 2 intersection. The traffic volumes on State Highway 2 have increased dramatically since 1986, and great care is needed to negotiate the intersection with today's traffic volumes. Some would say with the current population of Aotearoa Road community that the State Highway 2 intersection is adequate. However, with the proposed urbanisation of the Aotearoa Road settlement with 130 sections and a commercial area serving the wider Pongakaua Pukahina region, this changes this dramatically. For the PPC 95 planners and the applicants to suggest that this urbanisation with only a very minor upgrade of the State Highway intersection will improve safety and somehow that we should be grateful for this beggars belief. In fact, the residents of this settlement are dreading what a development such as this proposal will have on their safety at this intersection. I say this is a very minor upgrade, and that is exactly what it is. There is already a de facto left turning lane, and the only upgrade proposed is to extend this a bit and seal it. That's it. That's supposed to make us feel safer and grateful. The only submitters suggesting the upgrade will make the intersection safer are the planners and the applicants. At the consultation meeting with residents, in March, one resident described that sitting in the right-hand turning bay, waiting to turn right into Aotearoa Road, with traffic coming towards you at 100 kilometres per hour over the narrow bridge culvert, and traffic coming from behind at 100 kilometres an hour, much of that traffic, heavy trucks, was like looking down the barrel of a loaded shotgun, hoping like hell the gun doesn't go off. I've got a bit of extra information on that. As an example, I was sitting on the right-hand turning bay last week, waiting to turn right into Aotearoa Road, with traffic, including trucks coming towards me, past me and from behind, and the collision warning sensors on my vehicle were bleeping. That is how close the traffic passes. Very scary indeed. Remember, these vehicles are travelling at 100 kilometres per hour. Because of the narrow State Highway 2 causeway at this intersection with the narrow Puanini culvert so close, the right turning bay is significantly narrower than you would find at other intersections. Only 2.7 metres. This means very little separation between vehicles in the right turning lane and those passing from in front and or behind. To correct this and allow greater separation of vehicles and ensure the intersection is as safe as it possibly can be, then the Puanini culvert needs to be widened both sides, no question. Anything less is a catastrophe waiting. The PPC will triple the number of residencies accessing the intersection. It'll go from 60 to 200. And the commercial enterprises servicing the wider Pongakaua and Pukahina region proposed for the commercial area in the PPC is going to bring a dramatic increase in vehicle movement through the intersection. A growing list of business enterprises and services for the commercial area now includes childcare centre, convenience store, health hub, dental service, cafe, and if Paengaroa is an example we should aspire to, you can probably add bottle store to that list as well. I reckon with 130 extra homes and the busy commercial area, this increase in vehicle movement through the State Highway 2 intersection will be up to or more than 500%. Bruce Harrison states that with the proposed upgrade of the intersection of State Highway 2 and Aotearoa Road, the intersection is expected to operate efficiently with low delays, minimal queues, and a high level of service, with no need for drivers to take risks. when turning in and out of Aroa Road. Bruce's assessment is not the expectation of the submitters and the residents of Aroa Road. The applicants have a vision of expanding the rural settlement of Aroa Road into a small urban-like village where the residents can feel strong, safe, serviced and sustainable in a sustainable way. To achieve Bruce Harrison's assessment and to make the applicant's vision a reality, nothing short of a major upgrade of the intersection is required. This needs to be widening of both sides of the narrow Puanini Bridge culvert to allow for a left-turning deceleration lane of at least 100 metres in length, a merging lane for vehicles exiting Aroa Road and turning right, and to allow for greater separation of vehicles or vehicles waiting to turn right into Aroa Road. Anything less than that is completely unacceptable to the residents of Aroa Road and Penelope Place. Bruce also states in his evidence that 60% of people living in Pongakawa work in Pongakawa. This is probably correct, given that 60% of people in the greater Pongakawa region are farmers living and working on their farms. However, I can assure you that the majority of Aroa Road residents work well away from Pongakawa, in the urban localities of Te Puke, Papamoa, Mount Maunganui, Tauranga, Rotorua, and Whakatane. There's no evidence to support the claims of Bruce, the planners, and the applicants that future residents of this PPC development will source employment in Pongakawa. For Bruce to suggest this PPC will deliver a reduction in vehicle kilometres travelled, because 60% of residents of this PPC development work in Pongakawa, obviously does not stand up to scrutiny. In fact, the reverse is patently obvious. Any residents of a car-centric development here will require very high kilometres travelled indeed. As an example, my neighbour is selling and moving to town, as with 3 teenage children, and work in town shares, having to travel into Te Puke 2, sometimes 3 times a day, and some days feels like a taxi always on the road. I would like to also, I mentioned I would talk on the evidence of Kirsten Brown, so because this is a very important topic, the wastewater treatment system. I believe Kirsten Brown's statement of evidence is deeply flawed. I do not see this as a criticism of Kirsten herself, rather a criticism of the data she has been given to make her assessments with, and her lack of local knowledge of the hydrology of this land at Pongakawa. Also, the threat of sea level rise and the effect that will have on water tables at Pongakawa has been omitted from all assessments. There have been 2 water table level test bores done at the PPC site. One done in January 2022, described by the Regional Council as being in the middle of a dry summer following a year of low flows, and a second in August 2024 in a dry winter. I say a dry winter because the Regional Council's weather station at Marshall's Farm, Te Puke, not far away and at a similar elevation, recorded only 75% of normal rainfall for August 2024, and year to date as at October the 31st, 2024 is only 67% of normal. So a very dry winter indeed. This is a stark contrast to 2023 when rainfall was considerably higher than normal, although interestingly, perhaps, or not surprisingly, there were no water table level bores done in 2023. Making an educated assessment of the viability and risk of a wastewater treatment and disposal system at this location using this flawed data is impossible. The water table of this low land being so close to the coast is directly related to the sea level, which is why there's very little fluctuation in the water table, even in dry summers or, for that matter, dry winters. However, in extended wet weather, there is no ability for the land to absorb water. The water table simply rises. The land at the PPC site drains into the Whāriri stream, out to the Waihi estuary and out to sea. However, in periods of extended wet weather and high rainfall, the Whāriri stream water level rises considerably, and water from the PPC site simply cannot flow away until the Whāriri stream level drops sufficiently to allow this to happen. We locals have witnessed on numerous occasions the low land of the proposed wastewater disposal area virtually underwater, with the drains full for days, even weeks, which suggests a very high water table level indeed. In fact, in 2003, the drains were full to ground level, the land almost underwater for not just weeks, but months. The impact of future sea level rise and the impact this may have on the viability of the development at this location has not been examined in any of the PPC documents from the planners, the applicants, or the expert evidence. This surprises me. Given that Pongakawa's water table height is governed by the sea level, any potential rise in sea level needs to be factored into the viability or otherwise of a wastewater disposal field at this PPC location. This has not been done and is a glaring flaw in the assessments of the wastewater scheme's viability. The water level test bores that were done in the middle of a dry winter and a dry summer show a water table level of 1.2 to 2 metres below existing ground level. Many of the test bores done in January 2022 were done on the higher development ground, and less than half were done from the proposed wastewater area. We don't know where the location, or we do now because I've seen a map in a more recent thing that's come on the website, so thank you for that, Kirsten. I think we can safely disregard as irrelevant the test bores that indicate a greater separation of groundwater and existing and the ground level, and focus on the lower figures when evaluating risk of failure of this wastewater disposal plan. I've just walked down there today, which was last week, armed with Kirsten's map, and it shows that in fact almost the entire disposal field is located over floodplain. I was quite dismayed. This location is quite inappropriate given how elevated the water table can be here in periods of high rainfall. It just raises further doubt as to how any disposal field could work here. I also note in the submission of Bay of Plenty Regional Council that they have asked for a 50% additional reserve wastewater disposal field location at the PPC in the event of unanticipated problems or system failure. I note that the map in Kirsten's statement of evidence shows that the reserve disposal field location is also located lower down on the floodplain. I doubt if this reserve will alleviate any problems of system failure caused by water table rise. But just the fact that Bay Plenty Regional Council have asked for this individual reserve shows they have real concerns as to the integrity of the wastewater plan. Kirsten has responded to my reference the 40 millimetres of rainfall over 2 days, 3 or 4 days prior to the August 2024 test pits. I also come from a farming background, and 40 millimetres of rain over 2 days on dry soils, while being very welcome from a farming context, would have no impact on groundwater levels. Kirsten also states that she asked for a groundwater monitoring regime for a minimum period of 1 year prior to earthworks commencing to observe groundwater level fluctuations. This has not been followed through with. Kirsten states quite rightly that peat soils are very permeable. This may be the case when they are not saturated. However, saturated peat soils in extended periods of high rainfall and with associated high water tables may not function well at all. I think you have all my other responses to the various submitters, and they are pretty straightforward. I don't have to go over them. You have them, yes? I will conclude with a summary. I can find my summary. In summary, Kevin and Andrea Marsh have a vision of expanding the existing rural settlement of Ara Road and creating a more urban-like village, Pinkara Estate, as their way of leaving a legacy in Pongakawa, and they've had this vision apparently for many years. The reality is, it is not a vision shared by many others in Pongakawa, and submissions show there is a widespread opposition from Pongakawa residents to their plans to bring this vision to fruition. This was graphically displayed at the consultation meeting for submitters, organised by the planners and applicants on the 21st of March 2024. Only one person spoke in favour of the PPC 95 plans, and I suspect that was from an interest in growing business in the Te Puke area. Business interests that simply want more houses anywhere at any cost, not a sound planning strategy. Kevin and Andrea Marsh also suggest in their statement of evidence that they have some support for their vision of an urban-like village in Pongakawa from the Western Bay of Plenty District Council and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. From all the anecdotal evidence I have seen, quite the reverse is true. The various local authorities are in fact rather cold on the idea and far convinced that an urban-type development at Pongakawa has any merits at all. The vision for Pongakawa held by the vast majority of people living in Pongakawa is for Pongakawa to retain its quiet rural character and for development to happen in existing urban areas. The vision for development held by the various local bodies is for development to also happen in existing urban areas, not the creating of new urban areas. The purpose of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development is to enable intensification and development in urban areas. The rural settlement of Pongakawa is not an urban area, not part of an existing urban area. Creating new urban areas comes with huge financial cost, environmental degradation and huge risk, which is why development needs to be consolidated in and around existing urban areas. The applicants and submitter Neville Marsh have touted the evils of kiwifruit orchards being the alternative to an intensive residential development. I disagree strongly. I know I worked on and managed very highly productive orchards for 35 years before retirement. Kiwifruit orchards are excellent examples of sustainable land use. Kiwifruit orchards sequester large amounts of carbon, and extensive studies have shown their zestberry spray programs they must follow to be exceptionally safe. They have to be, their markets demand it. There's none of the risk of downstream waterway contamination from stormwater or wastewater. There's none of the traffic safety concerns or very high kilometres travelled and associated vehicle emissions that intensive development here brings. Given my experience of working in kiwifruit orchards, I would happily live next door to one. The location of this PPC has been a highly productive dairy farm for the applicants for at least 50 years. They have an affinity for the land and have nurtured it over this time. The lower paddocks grow good grass through dry summers, and there's sufficient higher ground to allow the stock to be off the lower paddocks in periods of wet weather. Very good example of a highly productive dairy farm indeed. Given the applicant's apparent affinity for the land, it is rather surprising to me that their succession plan for this farm involves an intensive housing development on the farm's most productive land to fulfil their vision, a succession plan that spells the end for this highly productive dairy unit. You, the commissioners, have the difficult task of sifting through all the submissions and coming to a decision. Do you set a precedent and allow this PPC to proceed? A PPC that appears to be contrary to the various local authorities' extensive development planning processes, seeks to reinterpret the national policy statements for development, and carries with it significant environmental, financial, and road safety risk? Or do you keep your reputations intact and make your decision based on sound development processes? Thank you to the Commissioners and the Western Bay of Plenty District Council for allowing me to have my say.
Thank you, Mr. Marson. Neither myself nor Commissioner Whitu have any questions for you, but we do appreciate the work that you've put into both your submission and the statement of evidence, and then the presentation that you've given today, which I think is a combination of the two. So we appreciate that. But just to reiterate, we have read it all, and we will certainly be taken into consideration when it comes to make a decision. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioners. Koroa. And thank you, Council, for the opportunity.
Tēnā kōrua, tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Rachel Boyd. I'm in-house legal counsel for the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, so I will be presenting very short, overarching submissions today. I understand that the panel's read our submissions. Next to me is Lucy Holden, who's a senior planner at the Regional Council and has given planning evidence, and we have Sue Sutherwood online, who's given stormwater evidence. So I just want to touch on some key points made in the legal submissions and respond to a couple of points that have been made over the past 2 days. Firstly, just in terms of what Regional Council's role is and I guess what it's doing here, Regional Council is a partner in Smart Growth. It has a number of functions relating to district planning and urban growth proposals, in relation to integrated management, controls on the use of land for water quality and quantity, ecosystems and natural hazards. So the Regional Council regularly participates in district planning proposals. And the key drivers for doing so are to ensure that higher order planning documents, including the regional policy statement in particular, are given effect to in lower order documents like this plan change, and to ensure that integrated management of potential adverse effects, such that matters falling within Regional Council's jurisdiction, like stormwater, can be suitably addressed at the consenting stage, which comes later. So I agree with what's been said by Ms. Ham and others that the fundamental issue before you is the national policy one. If they can get through the highly productive land hurdle, I say they still need to demonstrate that it gives effect to the other relevant policy direction, of which there are a number of key relevant policies. The Regional Council doesn't agree that this proposal satisfies what's required under 3.6 of the MPS HPL, and it says that it's not consistent, but rather at odds with higher order policy, that it's not consistent with the connected centres approach. You've heard evidence over the last couple of days about, for example, the time it takes to travel to Te Puke. Someone referred to 3/4 an hour, and it's not getting better. And in my submission, it won't get better if people live further out away from cities and all have to drive into towns to access services and amenities like grocery stores, medical support, high school, and we've heard today about work as well. And this has been Regional Council's consistent position in relation to this plan change. Mr. Coles yesterday referred to it being quite hard to get a definitive position from councils, and I just wanted to table a letter from the 6th of May 2022 from the GM of Strategy and Science at Regional Council, and I've given that to Lauren, so it should make its way up to you, that very clearly states, while draft proposed plan change 6, which proposed change 6, which we have heard about, will remove the urban limits. The Arawa Road proposal is beyond its scope. The MPSUD wider growth allows guidelines which focus on permitting significant development capacity in urban environments. Pongakawa is not considered to be part of the greater Tauranga urban environment. UFD identifies other potential locations for long-term urban growth beyond those identified in the RPS, but UFD does not identify Pongakawa as a potential growth location. In summary, the Arawa Road urban growth proposal is not provided for in the RPS or draft change 6, nor any relevant local authority urban growth plan or strategy. As such, you may wish to consider the exploring the opportunities in the Western Bay of Plenty District Plan for activities anticipated in the relevant rural zone. So just wanting to highlight that the Regional Council has been consistent and taken a definitive position on this. I do, however, just want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the work that the applicants have done to address the issues raised. They've responded continuously to the matters raised by Regional Council. I want to acknowledge the relationships that have clearly been built and the support amongst the community, and also the genuineness of your desire to contribute to your community. So just turning quickly to the Regional Council's case, the MPS HPL, and specifically clause 3.6, links back to and crosses over with these MPS UD concepts around urban environment and well-functioning. The MPS HPL sets a very high bar for urban rezoning, and this is not simply because it's an NPS, but we know after the likes of the Supreme Court decisions in King Salmon, Port Otago and East West that some policies are framed in a very directive way and others are not. The Environment Court in Save the Maitai is referencing Objective 2.1, Policy 5 and Clause 3.6 in combination, and they conclude that based on the nature of the language, the very directive language used, those set the very high bar. And unlike Ms. Ham, I'd submit that the recent MPS HPL decisions have in fact given quite clear guidance on the MPS HPL that do have wider application beyond their facts. Bluegrass, for example, has been adopted across several decisions, and I say that Save the Maitai is directly relevant and is helpful to you in your decision making on these facts. In my submission, Plan Change 95 or Pongakawa, whether it's consolidated or just looking at the site, is not an urban environment. With respect, it is difficult to think of many smaller settlements across New Zealand that wouldn't be considered urban environments if the applicant's approach to this issue was accepted. I acknowledge Mr. Boyle's comments around what he considers to be the wider Te Puke region, but in my submission, Pongakawa is not part of Te Puke. It's not urban. It's predominantly rural with a small rural residential settlement. And I say this means that the MPS doesn't assist it, and so it cannot meet clause 3.6. There's more detail in my legal submissions, and I do expect that this is likely to be discussed in far more detail with the District Council, which has obtained technical evidence relevant to the 3.6 limbs. The Section 42A author's approach in my submission makes more sense, and it better aligns with the purpose and context of the National Planning Instruments. I also acknowledge a lot of the comments about the desperate need for housing and that things are moving too slowly or have moved too slowly. In my experience, things are moving much quicker over the past year or two. We've got the fast track bill that's come through. Tauriko West is being heard in 1 or 2 weeks, a few weeks. I'm attending a hearing next week on Upper Ohauiti, which borders Western Bay of Plenty District Council. That's got a proposed new residential zone covering approximately 23.5 hectares, and that applies the medium density residential standards. We are involved in both of those, and we support both of those plan changes. Turning quickly to the RPS, our position is that the key guiding policy is policy UG 14B. That's what deals with urban development outside of urban environments. And it's policy UG 7A applies to unanticipated developments in urban environments. If you were to decide that we are considering an urban environment, and so the MPS UD does apply, and if you find the applicant has done enough to show the very high bar in the MPS HPL has been met, the Regional Council's position is that expanding Pongakawa does not give effect to the MPS UD broader directions around contributing to well-functioning urban environments, and it does not align at all with the Connectors Centre's approach. It doesn't support multimodal transport. People are not going to be using public transport, biking or walking to work and amenities, and it's not located with good accessibility between housing, employment, community and other services and open space. In terms of the outstanding effects issues, we have got Sue Sutherwood online. She's considered the reply of Mr. Height, and she still has some residual concerns, so she will run through what those are and take questions. The buffer, the riparian buffer, was also an outstanding issue. The 8 metres is now agreed, and as I understand it, there is an agreement conceptually to protect the land in perpetuity, but there isn't yet agreement on how we're going to deal with the private sections and ensure that those are protected in perpetuity. And so that still needs to be worked through between the applicant and the council. If a mechanism can go on the plan that guarantees this, that issue will be resolved. Failing that, we would expect it would be council reserve. Happy to take any questions before.
So I do have a few questions on your legal subs. So you heard me ask a question, I imagine, of Mr. Murphy today as to how we define what's intended to be a predominantly, or environment with predominantly urban character. Do you have a view around how we do that? Like, as I understand your submissions, you're effectively saying if it's not in the likes of the FDS and so forth, it's not intended.
Yeah, so I guess my view is that the intention must be capable of being objectively ascertained. So it can't be in the mind of an individual landowner, because I don't understand how that would be workable. So my view is that you are to look at the FDS and other local council documents when working out whether something is intended to be predominantly urban or service that same housing market.
So then how does that morph, or how does that impact upon a response to the position we've also heard about this whole need for responsiveness about out of sequence and so forth?
So I think you can actually read them together quite well that way. And I say that because Policy 8 deliberately uses this word unanticipated and then goes on to define it. So it's defined as being RMA planning documents, which typically, because it's a planning document, is also defined as being regional policy statement, regional plan or district plan. So what I think that policy is really driving at is telling councils to no longer have those strict urban limits within those RMA planning documents, because we've long had those, right? And so what it's telling us is that you can't have those kind of instruments in your RMA planning documents, or if you do, you need to also include criteria that shows how you're going to respond to ones that aren't in your RMA planning documents. But what I don't think that means is that anything outside the contemplation of anyone could be considered intended to be an urban environment and so must then be responded to. So it's kind of circular, but I think they actually, I guess my key submission is probably that the responsiveness direction doesn't have the reach when you actually look at the words that people may think it does.
Yeah, I also understood your submissions to be that even if you are to take it outside of the bounds of what's identified, it doesn't compel us to actually accept a private plan change of the nature that's proposed as being necessary.
Yeah.
Is that a fair summary?
Yeah.
I'd appreciate your view, because it's sort of a legal question, I suppose, is the suggestion that I think Mr. Council made in his evidence about the Auckland example, which they were looking around Pukekohe, and that hearings committee drew the conclusion, as I understand it from his evidence, that Pukekohe was a key node, but there are a variety of other urban environments that interact with that key node. So I think that's by and large the comparison he's drawing here is Te Puke is the urban form and that Pongakawa feeds into that. Are you aware of the example that Mr. Council has drawn on?
I'm not actually familiar with the example. I think Auckland's probably quite a quite a different kind of setup, but I'm not familiar enough probably to comment on it.
Okay.
But I accept that there can be, but yeah, sorry.
Okay. Yes, the one thing I'm keen to understand further is your paragraph 31B, where I understand what you're saying is that clause 3.6 of the HPL sets a very high bar and that it requires a substantial assessment of alternatives. Take your advice to us to be that the assessment of, I think it's practical or reasonable, whatever the terminology is that's been undertaken by the applicant isn't sufficiently detailed. You say that case law shows comprehensive district-wide assessment is needed to action. The second sentence down, which surprised me, whereas what the applicant has presented us is an assessment which is in the Paengaroa Te Puke area. Why would a district assessment be needed for something like this?
I think I'm saying district-wide as in Paengaroa, Te Puke, that kind of area.
So you're not saying Western Bay wide?
No.
No, okay. There we go. Okay, I have nothing further. Ms. Boyd?
Okay. So do we want to bring Sue up now?
Sue? Okay.
Hi, Sue. Can you hear us, Sue?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So Sue, if you just want to run through the points that you had raised that you wanted to respond to from Mr. Height's evidence.
Right.
Answer any questions that the panel has.
Okay. Tēnā kōrua ko Sue Sutherland tōku ingoa. In response to Dan Height's reply evidence, so paragraph 5A states that soakage calculations have been redone using a soakage rate of 7 mils per hour as per the Bay of Plenty Regional Council stormwater guidelines, which would be for a silt loam. His response was that he could still fit a compliance system within the small lots. However, no calculations were provided, and I disagree that an appropriate soakage device could be installed. And my reasoning is the following. As per our stormwater management guidelines, any retained stormwater volume should be drained within 48 hours. So taking data from Appendix 3 of the LISART report, in a 10-year event, a 48-hour storm, we have 58 cubic metres of stormwater which would be produced from 210 square metres of impermeable surface. Now, to dispose of this volume within 48 hours, I've calculated that you would need about 173 square metres of soakage for that. And I don't consider that that's viable in those lots, when you also need to be taking into account a suitable building platform and also driveways. So low soakage rates will mean very large soakage systems would be required, and I don't think that's possible. Paragraph 5C of Mr. Hite's evidence mentions that the pre-development flow rates will be mitigated back to 18% of pre-development rates. However, this assumes that the 10-year AEP, 10% AEP storm event for each lot can be adequately soaked, which I've just refuted above. With respect to the groundwater level, paragraph 5B, from Bay of Plenty Regional Council daily soil moisture averages and monthly rainfall totals, I note that August 2024, along with most of 2024, was an average or below rainfall month/year. Therefore, groundwater levels would also be expected to be average or below average. The soakage systems are required to function in both wet and dry years, and I reiterate the comment in section 7.5 of the geotechnical report, which states shallow groundwater below the more low-lying areas and the swales may preclude the use of ground soakage in these areas. So that's my response to Dan Hite's reply evidence.
Thank you. Ms. Otherwood, we have no questions.
Thank you.
Okay, so Lucy Holden is the planning witness. So Lucy Holden is the planning witness. You've also read her brief, so do you want to move straight to questions or? Yep.
We'll start.
Kia ora, Ms. Holden. Where to start? If I can go to point 17 in your evidence in chief, and the proposal will not support a well-functioning multimodal transport system. And then as it goes on to the next page, I do not agree that PC 95 would conform with Connected Centres principles of the smart growth strategy. Earlier today, we had Mr. Murphy sort of just take us through the smart growth. I was wondering if you could take us on the same journey, just so that I can see your position on that, if you could take us through the same, through the documents, if that's possible.
Through the whole smart growth strategy?
Correct.
I mean, my understanding of the strategy is that it's, is that too loud? Is that it's to spatially plan the areas for future growth. And the idea is for them to focus the growth in those areas upwards and outwards, and for those areas to be well connected within the sub-region.
Okay. And the reason for the question is, I'm not familiar with the smart growth document, and it was very helpful that Mr. Murphy was able to articulate the various parts where he found that PC 95 was consistent. And I guess, just in terms of, without me having to read the whole document right now and before the hearing, if you were able to sort of give me the same kind of direction and guidance within the document where I could, sort of understand your position when you say it does not conform with the smart growth document.
I've taken more of a sort of overall approach to looking at the document where the proposed plan change area is not identified as a future growth area. And for that reason, it's not necessarily enabled by the planning framework for future growth.
Okay, so just on that, so is that to work be, that statement be to be consistent with the letter by Ms. Potasi in terms of that it's not identified in those respective plans? Okay, cool, thank you for that. But by and large, I sort of got an understanding of your of the evidence you presented, so I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yes, I also have a good understanding of your evidence. It's very easy to follow and appreciate how clear it is, but I do have some questions. So if you have it in front of you, if you could go to paragraph 7, please, just a quick point of clarification from me. I don't quite know what this statement means. Where I have not expressly stated in this evidence the reasons why I disagree with other experts or submitters in relation to more than minor matters, that should not be interpreted as agreement. So what should it be interpreted as?
I guess this is one of those standard sentences that stays in evidence that is essentially to cover all bases in case something comes up that I haven't covered in the statement. But the outstanding issues are the ones that are raised in the statement of evidence.
Okay, so could we strike that?
Yes.
Moving to your paragraph 10, your second sentence, you say, in my opinion, these seek to promote an up and out approach to establish cities in town rather than pockets of settlements some distance from those towns and cities. I understand the rationale, but what's the basis for that? Is that the response that you gave to my fellow commissioner, that you've taken more of an overview?
That's from the Smart Growth Implementation Strategy Guide. Oh, the MPS UD Implementation Guide.
I suspect I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Paragraph 25 on page 8. You make reference to over 35,000 hectares of highly productive land has been lost to urban or rural residential development in New Zealand. I don't suppose we have any idea about what that number would be in the Bay of Plenty?
I did try to find out, but I couldn't find any data.
Your paragraph 33, and again in the final sentence, you say an update of the status of policy UG 10B may be able to be provided at the time of the hearing. Is that the draft that we've got, that we received? It is. So my final question, you were here this morning when Mr. Murphy presented the revised structure plan. So well, not the revised structure plan, the revised amendments and the structure plans. Other than the formation or the way in which let's call it the private landscape buffer area is going to be protected, I take it that you're comfortable with the amendments that have been made. Other than that, I understand that some of them, from what Mr. Murphy said, were in response, I think it was to your suggestions, or it may have been to Ms. Mark's suggestion. No, I think it was to yours, around stormwater.
Yes, the stormwater additions, I had suggested those, but I'd taken them directly from the evidence of Mr. Murphy.
So are you comfortable with that, with those changes? Have you had a chance to review those changes?
I wouldn't mind just having a look at how it actually fits in with the plan before I say that I'm fully comfortable with them.
Okay. Would you be able to undertake a review of the amendments that have been advanced and advise in a very brief memo? We'll say before 5 p.m. Friday next week, we will put this in writing of whether or not you're comfortable with these changes, and if not, what else you think would need to be made to address the points that you've made in your evidence.
Yes.
And with that, I have no further questions. Thank you. A homeward stretch. We're in your hands.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, everyone. You have advised that you have read the legal submissions, so I will take those as read, but will work through the structure of them just to ensure that I don't miss any points. But at a high level, I agree with both Ms. Ham and Ms. Boyd that there are two fundamental issues for the panel to resolve, and that is the NPS-UD and the NPS-HPL. In my submission, I do not agree on the evidence before the panel that Plan Change 95 has a pathway through those two fundamental issues. I will talk to some paragraphs in the submissions, but I just want to start with paragraph 1.4, which makes the point that this plan change, like a number of plan changes around the country, has been impacted by the NPS for highly productive land, which was introduced in October 2022, noting that the preparation of Plan Change 95 was underway at that point. We have, Ms. Boyd has referred again to the Save the Maitai case, which does say that the NPS, the one objective and the relevant policy and clause 3.6 do set a very high bar to meet the obligations in the NPS HPL. I just want to address and respond at this point to the question of engagement with the council throughout this process. And I think it's important to record that the initial discussions began in 2021 and there were meetings in 2022 prior to lodgement of the plan change. I believe in response to questions from the chair yesterday, Mr. Cole accepted that they were initial discussions at a high level only. The NPS for highly productive land obviously came into force October 2022, and the plan change request was lodged in December that year. It was for the applicant, and I think you put this to Mr. Coles, to weigh up the merits of lodging that plan change request. And I have been back to look at the report that went to the committee when the council was deciding whether to accept, adopt or reject the plan change. Mr. Murphy was present, attended and presented at that meeting, and the minutes do record. They say the plan change faces challenges regarding highly productive land in an area that's not envisaged for growth. At that point, the committee was not in a position to make a detailed assessment on the plan change, and the plan change was accepted and has proceeded through the statutory process. But just wanting to note that these policy and framework issues have been raised throughout the process. Turning then to what I think is the first key issue is the relevance of the NPS for urban development. You are now familiar with and have been asking questions around the definition of urban environment. So I'm on page 4, around paragraph 3.4 of the legal submissions, and that's where I have set out that definition. It's important that to be an urban environment, you need to meet both parts of the definition. And disagree with Mr. Murphy, who says it's not black and white and it's open to interpretation. I agree that in terms of the area of land, there's an element of that needs to look at the facts. But in terms of is or is intended to be, in my submission, that cannot include a current proposal in the context of a private plan change. Agree with the submissions of Ms. Boyd, that is intended to be, must refer to some council or statutory strategy document. So the question then is whether the existing settlement is predominantly urban in character. I'm unclear whether Mr. Murphy is relying on the existing settlement or including the proposed plan change area when he reaches the conclusion that it is predominantly urban in character. But I would refer to the definitions throughout the Section 42A report, which go through carefully whether it is predominantly urban in character. There was a question for Mr. Murphy this morning about whether it would be typical for an urban environment to be just residential land. And in my submission, the relevant definitions that you can turn to would say that yes, it would be unusual. Even looking at the definition in Ms. Ham's submission from Smart Growth, the strategy, urban in that case refers to a concentration of residential, commercial and/or industrial activities, having the nature of a city, town, suburb or a village which is predominantly agricultural or non-rural in nature. Even the other definitions referred to by Ms. Ham in the legal submissions and throughout the applicant's evidence require an element of commercial activities or reticulated sewage and storm or water and reticulated water and wastewater, which is not the case for the existing Wharua Road settlement. It is only if you are satisfied that the first part of the definition is met that you even then turn to the second part about whether it is or is intended to be part of a housing and labour market of at least 10,000 people. You obviously have different expert views on this, and you'll hear from Mr. Colgrave this afternoon why it is his opinion that Pongakawa is not intended to be part of the housing and labour market of Te Puke. In his summary statement and his technical peer review reports, he has considered there's a number of fundamental differences between those two areas. And he will expand on that this afternoon. I would note that through the Plan Change 92 process, which was Western Bay's enabling housing plan change, it was required to insert the medium density residential standards into its urban environment, which was Omakaroa and Te Puke. So my submission, the NPSUD is not relevant to Plan Change 95 because it does not land within or affecting an urban environment as those terms are defined in the NPS. Then turn to the NPS for highly productive land. That's covered in section 4 of the legal submissions. And I would just draw your attention to the quote in paragraph 4.2 of those submissions, which is from the Bluegrass decision, Judge Stevens and Dunedin. And this is the case where the issue is whether or not further site-specific mapping could take the land outside of the classification of highly productive land during the transitional period. The court went through a very careful exercise looking at the wording in the NPS and reached the conclusion that it was not possible to be taken out of highly productive land through further site-specific mapping during the interim transitional period. And I think the court's reasons for that are useful to read through. I won't do that, but just the first one was that interpretation relying on the commencement date of October 2022, which has been a key consideration in a number of court decisions on the NPS HPL so far, is that it accords with the intention of the NPS HPL to protect highly productive land for primary production, particularly during the transitional period, which is that period until the Regional Council has done its mapping, been through a plan change process, and that change has become operative. I appreciate and I acknowledge that there have been a number of submitters in support of the plan change from the school, developers, and many connected with the community. But in my submission, the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land is very directive and seeks to avoid the urban rezoning of highly productive land, unless you get through the clause 3.6 tests. The context of the Save the Maitai case, I think, is useful. In that case, it was a private plan change. The plan change had been recommended for approval by an independent panel, approved by the council in September 2022, and then the MPS for highly productive land came into effect. There was an appeal by a residents group, and so the first question before the court was whether the MPS HPL even applied. In that case, the land had been identified in a future development strategy, but when the court went through the provisions in the MPS, and it does so very carefully in an appendix to that decision, there was land which was clearly defined as highly productive. The court found that it did not meet the tests and the threshold in clause 3.6. You will now be familiar with the three limbs. All three limbs need to be met. I will make some brief comments, but this will come through the council's evidence this afternoon. The council may only allow urban rezoning of highly productive land if the first one is if the urban rezoning is required to provide sufficient development capacity. I would say at this point, acknowledging there is a housing shortfall in the sub-region, but housing shortfall is not an identified shortfall in development capacity. This will be explained further by the witnesses, and I will ask Ms. Mark to take you through the future development strategy and through that pathway and the HBA to show you where the evidence lies. If the proposal can't meet the first test, I say there's no need to go any further. And I would at this point also draw the panel's attention to clause 3.65 of the MPS, which says if you go through the tests and meet the three tests, it says in 5, councils must take measures to ensure that the spatial extent of any urban zone covered by highly productive land is the minimum necessary to provide the required development capacity while achieving a well-functioning urban environment. So even if there is to be rezoning, it has to be the minimum necessary. And I think that reflects, again, that intention that highly protective land is to be protected.
Just before we leave that, I'm presuming your submission is that we don't know if it's the minimum necessary?
Yes, that's good. That's the first part of my submission. It is that there is not an insufficient development capacity, so there is no need.
Yeah, no, I'm just
for the
talking to you
housing.
about your clause 3.65.
Yes.
So if we were to get there, I presume what you're saying is that we don't have sufficient information before us to be convinced that it's the minimum necessary. I don't want
Yes.
to put words into your mouth, but that's what I took from what you were saying.
Yes, and relying on Mr. Colgrave's evidence, which he will speak to this afternoon around the need for the proposal, that need has not been demonstrated.
Okay, thank you.
In terms of clause B, that is that there are no other reasonably practicable and feasible options. The council's economic evidence and land productivity evidence will address this, but I do want to note in Mr. Perry's evidence yesterday, a number of assumptions he had made were highlighted in his assessment that goes to this question of whether there are any other reasonably practicable and feasible options. He confirmed he had taken out the floodplain land and also existing kiwi fruit orchards. Ms. Mark will pick up on both of these points and my concern with that approach. I note in Ms. Ham's submission, she makes a submission at paragraph 59, that Plan Change 95 is the most reasonably practical and feasible option. I say the wording in clause B says that is not the test. It must be there are no other reasonably and practical and feasible options. This also ties back to the same locality and market, and you'll hear further from Mr. Colgrave this afternoon on that point. I had referred in the submissions to Plan Change 73 at paragraph 4.14. You asked Ms. Boyd a question about that decision, and I think its relevance here. And in my submission, Auckland is a very different situation. I've got a copy of that Plan Change decision here. Again, this is one where there had been a private plan change well through the statutory process. Actually, I'm not sure that I think this plan change had been adopted rather than accepted. The hearing took place in November 2022, so immediately prior to the council hearing, the highly productive land NPS came into force. Waiuku it's described in the decision as a rural town, 20 k's west of Pukekohe, with a population of 8,000 people. From the maps, it was on the edge of an existing settlement, and in my submission, the Waiuku-Pukekohe context is very different to Te Puke, Pongakawa. I understand Mr. Colgrave was involved in that case, which has been appealed to the Environment Court, and those appeals are yet to be heard. I had referred to the decision in my submissions because the panel describes the purpose and the likely outcome of the NPS is that it requires a refocus away from greenfield development as the primary method of enabling growth and a fresh look at existing urban areas. And that was in the context of those facts that I have just described. In terms of the third limb to clause 3.6, in my submission, the evidence will demonstrate that there is insufficient evidence that the benefits outweigh the costs of losing 10 hectares of highly productive land. And I note there were comments in the applicant's evidence around the insignificance of the loss of 10 hectares out of 44,000. I think cumulative impacts was exactly what the NPS was trying to prevent during this transitional holding period. Section 5 of the legal submissions speak to the regional policy statement. I don't think I need to go through that other than to say, to support the submissions made by Ms. Boyd, that policy 6 of the NPS is then reflected in policy UG 7A of change 6, which relates to unanticipated and out of sequence developments. Again, those policies refer to urban environments. So if you find that it's not an urban environment, those policies are not relevant. And then in my submission, policy UG 14B is where you go next, which seeks to restrict urban activities outside of urban environments. I have addressed as a group in section 6, smart growth, the future development strategy and the HBA. There was a question yesterday about the relevance of smart growth deliberations, and Ms. Ham said that you need to look at the FDS, but the deliberations could be an important tool. I would agree with that, obviously suggesting caution in relation to deliberations themselves. But the report referred to, which a copy of which has been provided to the panel this morning, it's an agenda for the deliberation discussions, and the relevant page that both Ms. Mark and Mr. Murphy have drawn your attention to relates to advantages and disadvantages about requests for immediate residential growth at Pongakawa and Paengaroa. There are some common themes in those pages from the report, consistent with the council's case here around those areas not meeting the definition of urban environment. So it may have some relevance in terms of supporting the position, but obviously the key document is the FDS itself, and then more importantly, the relevant RPS policies and higher national direction. In section 6, I do make the statement that I made at the beginning around housing insufficiency and the role of the HBA to identify where there may be sufficient housing or insufficient housing, and then the role of the future development strategy to work out where the required housing will go. Ms. Mark will take you through those documents and address the no-go, go carefully areas. I'd just like to note, in terms of the Connected Centres program, Council was concerned that Ms. Ham described it as laughable whether or not Plan Change 95 would meet the principles of that. So Ms. Mark will take you through the principles of the Connected Centres program to talk to that point, respond to that point. In terms of the other matters, once you've worked through those two fundamental national policy documents, the Council remains concerned about wastewater and stormwater. You'll hear from Mr. Abraham this afternoon on that. I say these matters need to be addressed at the plan change stage, that they are fundamental to whether the plan change can be granted. You will also hear brief evidence in relation to transport and cycleways, that those matters are not of the same fundamental concern. Just in terms of a concluding comment before we turn to the evidence, Ms. Ham asks you to apply common sense. In my submission, you are constrained by the MPS provisions, both the MPS UD and the MPS HPL, and that directive, objective policy, and clause 3.6 framework, which seeks to avoid rezoning of highly productive land. So happy to take questions.
I don't have any questions on those. I read them last night and I think you've answered any questions in just speaking to them. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So the first witness is Mr. Colgrave. He will be joining us online. So hopefully he is there and ready to go. You will have received a summary statement. Good afternoon, Mr. Colgrave. a summary statement yesterday. There are 2 paragraphs that we are removing from that statement in response to concerns. They are paragraphs 47 and 51. So I would invite you to strike those out, and then I'll invite Mr. Colgrave to speak to his summary statement and address any other matters that have arisen in the
So
course
sorry,
of
those paragraphs are 47
and 51.
Okay, thank you. We're in your hands, Mr. Colgrave.
Thank you, Commissioner. There's quite a bit in here, and I know that you've probably had a chance to read it, or may not have had. I might just go through it then, if that's okay. There's a lot of pretty important stuff here. I'll obviously skip all the introductory stuff. I don't need to tell everyone my experience, so we'll just skip all that if that's okay, and I'll start at paragraph 12, sir.
It's fine.
Thank you. I have prepared 2 peer review reports on PPC 95, which were attached to the Section 42A report as attachments 7 and 8. I've also read the statement of evidence of Mr. Counsel. Mr. Counsel's evidence provides several responses to issues raised in my 2 previous memos. This statement responds to various issues arising from the economic evidence of Mr. Counsel for the applicant. It is structured as follows: need for the proposal, locality and market, other feasible options, and then costs and benefits. I confirm that none of my opinions have changed as a result of Mr. Counsel's evidence. If anything, it may have even elevated some of my concerns, particularly given new data on housing and employment and its implications for the proposal, as I briefly discussed below. Mr. Counsel's evidence states that the proposal is a direct response to growth in intensive horticulture and the establishment of the Rangiora Business Park. His evidence converts Stats New Zealand's high scenario population projections for the Pongakawa SA2 into household growth based on an assumed average household size of 2.8 people. Adding NPSUD margins, this results in projected demand for 266 dwellings over the next 10 years and 583 over 30 years. Notwithstanding my ongoing concern that this SA2 is huge in geographic terms, with growth historically concentrated in around Paengaroa, i.e. not providing any evidence of demand for the subject site itself, the link between population and dwelling growth posited by Mr. Counsel may not apply here, for example, due to on-site worker accommodation and other types of atypical residences seldom found in urban environments. The table of 2023 census data below provides further details and shows that the number of residents has grown far quicker than the number of occupied dwellings, leading to significant and sustained increases in average household size. This, in turn, offsets the impacts of population growth on dwelling demand. Within the SA1 containing the PPC 95 site itself, which is a subset of the Pongakawa SA2, the number of occupied dwellings fell from 60 in 2013 to 57 in 2018 and 48 in 2023, which is a 20% reduction over the last 10 years. Building consents tell a similar story, with only 7 new dwellings consented annually across the entire Pongakawa SA2 over the last 5 years. By contrast, Mr. Counsel projects demand for 26.6 dwellings per annum over the 10-year medium term, including margins, with demand for at least 130 dwellings on the subject site over time. I do not consider these projections reliable or fit for purpose. I also query Mr. Counsel's reliance on supposed growth in local horticulture to justify the proposal. Not only are the homes proposed unlikely to be affordable for most seasonal horticultural workers, but newly released employment data shows that the Pongakawa workforce has shrunk recently, including within the agriculture/horticulture sector. Table 2 elaborates by showing employment in the Pongakawa SA2 for fruit and tree nut growing, which includes kiwi fruit, all other agriculture, horticulture, forestry and fishing, and all other industries. Table 2 shows that the number of employees in the Pongakawa SA2 remained flat at 1,200 over the last 3 years, falling from a high of 1,250 in 2020 and 2021. For fruit and tree nut growing, the number of employees has fallen sharply over the last 2 years from 450 in 2022 to 310 in 2024, a 37% decline. Employment across all other agriculture and horticultural industries in Pongakawa remains 20% below historic highs, despite recent growth. In addition, as I set out in my earlier memos, the Rangiora Business Park is currently vacant and will take decades to fully develop and provide the employment base upon which PPC 95 supposedly relies. This raises further questions about the need for the proposal. In my view, the applicant has not provided any compelling economic evidence of a need for PPC 95. Mr. Council disagrees with my most recent memo, which concluded that Pongakawa and Te Puke comprise different localities and markets for the purposes of the NPS-HPL. Mr. Council goes to some effort, unsuccessfully in my view, to show that the subject site forms part of the same locality and market as Te Puke. However, elsewhere, he frequently states that Pongakawa is a distinct housing market that will be specifically addressed by the proposal, instead of diverting growth from elsewhere. Both statements cannot be true. Internal inconsistencies aside, I am also surprised by Mr. Council's statement that house prices across different parts of New Zealand are not influenced by the same macroeconomic factors, like interest rates and economic cycles, which I showed in my last memo by comparing price trends into completely disparate housing markets, namely Auckland and Gore. Mr. Council considers that the very high correlation revealed between house prices in those two areas was spurious because a specific statistical test was not conducted. In lay terms, Mr. Council is arguing that the very high correlation I showed between house prices in Auckland and Gore was a pure fluke with no meaningful interpretation. That is objectively wrong. House prices in nearly every part of New Zealand follow very similar trajectories, particularly over the longer term, due to the profound impacts of macroeconomic factors like business cycles, interest rates, unemployment, consumer confidence, and so on. Accordingly, it is wrong to argue that two areas serve the same housing market just because their prices are correlated, as Mr. Council claims. To further demonstrate this point, I used house price data published under the NPS-UD to test the degree of correlation between house prices across all 66 territorial authorities in New Zealand over the last 30 years. As expected, they are all very highly correlated with one another because they are all shaped by the same broad factors. In fact, the average degree of correlation between TA house prices over the last 30 years was 96.4% versus a perfect correlation of 100%. The median value is even higher at 97.1%. I also strongly disagree with Mr. Council's claims at para 43 that price levels do not have to be similar for products to be substitutes, and his related insinuation that people would happily pay a lot more, approximately 250 to 300,000 more, to live in Pongakawa than in Te Puke. CoreLogic data show that it already takes many years just to save the deposit on a modest house for most Kiwi families. So this is fanciful, in my opinion, particularly given the varying demography and incomes of the two areas. I also doubt the willingness and ability of households to extend borrowing limits to supposedly make this happen in the first place. Finally, I note that NERA, which is Mr. Council's firm, NERA's first report also concluded that Pongakawa and Te Puke form different localities and markets, with paragraph 11 stating, while there may be some new supply in areas further away, such as the Taimania development in Te Puke, these areas are unlikely to cover off the demand specific to Pongakawa. In summary, from my perspective, Mr. Council's evidence does not prove that Pongakawa and Te Puke form the same locality and market. Accordingly, my reviews remain unchanged that they do not form the same locality and market in terms of the NPS-HPL, because of fundamental differences in A, the nature of the surrounding and receiving environments, with one being highly urbanised and the other rural, B, the demography, occupations, and work locations of residents, C, the type, sizes and prices of dwellings, D, access to retail goods and services, access to schooling, exposure to noise and air pollution from rural production, and proximity to Tauranga City. By logical extension, I consider that Pongakawa and Te Puke also do not comprise the same housing and labour market in NPSUD terms. Paras 57 to 61 of Mr Council's evidence address other feasible and practicable options for providing the same capacity as the proposal, as required by the second limb of the MPS-HPL test. For reasons that are not explained or clear to me, this exercise does not include an analysis of other obvious options for providing capacity, such as expansion on the edges of Paengaroa and or Te Puke. In my view, those locations are far superior, particularly in terms of fostering and supporting well-functioning urban environments. I also disagree with Mr Council's comments at paragraph 79, where he cast doubts over the potential realisation of intensification capacity across the sub-region due to an alleged potential lack of demand. In my experience, the recent uptake of intensification opportunities has been strong across most major urban areas of New Zealand, including Tauranga City, so I do not understand the basis for this comment. Paras 62 to 71 of Mr Council's evidence seek to quantify the costs and benefits of the proposal compared to future rural production on the site, as required by the third limb of the tests. I acknowledge the effort taken here, but I consider the figures produced to be unreliable and or to mask significant distributional impacts. For example, according to my calculations, the $8 million benefit estimated for new housing on the PPC 95 site by Mr Council seems to implicitly assume that the proposal will tank local house prices by nearly $200,000. Mr Council confirmed that that was the case. I consider that to be an extremely unlikely outcome. However, if it did happen, it would wipe more than $250 million of value from the existing housing stock in Pongakawa, and therefore impose extraordinarily high costs on the community, which are not acknowledged. In addition, the analysis systematically underestimates the value of rural production by only considering profits instead of GDP, which captures other forms of value like wages and taxes and so on. When those other components of GDP are included, the opportunity cost of foregone production will increase. In summary, in my opinion, Mr Council's evidence does not conclusively demonstrate that the proposal will deliver net economic benefits over and above rural production.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Colgrave. Thank you for representing your evidence. I have one question, and I have a feeling it's a left field question, and I say because it has nothing to do with your response. Technical. Have you had a chance to look at submissions? The specific submission I'm thinking of here is from the Te Puke Economic Development Group.
I haven't had a chance to read the submissions, but I have listened to the hearing since the end of legal sites for the applicant. So I've heard virtually everything bar that. So I did hear them talk to their submission, but I haven't read it, sir.
Okay. And the reason I bring that up is in hearing in the representation this morning, there seems to be an ecosystem of activity in that they call Te Puke, that's from, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not a local, Papamoa Hills, all the way out towards Otamaroa Rākau. So it's quite a spatial context there. And I'm listening between yourself and Mr. Council, distinguishing between Te Puke, Paengaroa, Maketu, and those small nodes in between. But I'm listening from local operators. There seems to be this ecosystem of working together that's creating this labour housing market or discussion and synergies, if I can call it that. Me outlining that, I'm trying to understand from your perspective, in approaching this assessment, did you think of the locals, how they're operating when they talk about those specific communities and industries and operators working together to create a bigger spatial context that neither yourself nor Mr. Council were talking about?
That's a great question, sir. I'll start by prefacing this and saying that I'm also not a local like you are. I do a lot of work around Tauranga City, and I'm quite familiar with the area, but I'm not a local, so I can't speak to it as a local. My experience is that economic development groups are tasked with growing the size of the pie of the businesses they represent. That's their fundamental purpose, is to promote economic development, to promote business, to promote connectedness, and to sort of draw the pieces together and make the whole bigger than the sum of the parts. So I'm not surprised that an economic development agency would take that broad view. So I think that's quite a natural approach. And also the delineation of the boundaries in terms of how the Economic Development Agency sees the world, which is absolutely relevant from their perspective. The delineation of that will also depend on the location of the next Economic Development Agency, right? So if there's a very big gap between those agencies, and they're necessarily going to cover quite big areas. But I don't think that really tells us about whether two areas from the same locality and market, in terms of connected labour markets, connected housing markets, access to services, the kind of language that the NPSUD requires us to think about. So I guess I've really come at it from a data-driven perspective. I've looked at the data around housing, prices, demography, where people work, where they live, school zones, all those kinds of things that people would think about when they make a housing choice. And I think when those factors are considered, in my view, the two just don't sit in the same market. I mean, you've got a very urbanised area at Te Puke, and I haven't been in Pongakawa for many, many years, but just even looking at it on the map again in the last few days, it's with respect, it's almost a blink and you could miss it kind of thing. It's that small. So, there is an enclave there, and I think we all understand now the genesis of the enclave being the dairy factory that didn't materialise. And so that's why we've got that enclave of houses there. But it sounds like without that dairy factory proposal in the 60s, this enclave would never exist. And this, there would be nothing for this proposal to sort of leverage off. So I just sort of feel that, when you think about house prices, labour markets and everything else, it's very hard to reach a conclusion that they are part of the same locality and market for NPS HPL and UD terms. But that's just my opinion, sir. So.
No, thank you for that. And I guess from I guess was the consideration of the local community within themselves to opportunity collectively. I guess that's where my question was, and if that was part of the consideration. And now I understand your response and the data-driven, in terms of what you're seeing in front of you. So, no, thank you very much, Mr. Colgrave.
Thank you, sir.
I've got a much more truncated and I would hope easier question for you to answer, Mr. Colgrave. Your paragraph 22.
Yes.
You say building consents tell a similar story, with only 7 new dwellings consented annually across the entire Pongakawa SA2 over the last 5 years. Could that be due to the supply of sections?
Yes, it can reflect that. It can also just reflect demand, can just reflect opportunity. I think the fact that you've had reductions in employment in key industries in recent times is probably part of the picture as well. So I think, the proposal is strongly predicated on growth in horticulture. And I've done quite a bit of work on kiwifruit, including the PSA High Court case. So I've been quite deep into that industry, and I do understand how it works. And we all know that this is the home of kiwifruit, but within the Pongakawa SA2 itself, the data is showing us that there has actually been a decline in recent times. So, if there's fewer workers, then there's obviously going to be lower demand for housing. So I think that's a big part of the picture, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't think we've got anything further. So thank you very much for your time. And with that, we'll take the 3 p.m. adjournment, and we'll be back at 20 past. see this behaviour, so I'm not going to do anything about it, but it's been reported to me that there was some inappropriate comment or action or gesture that was made in relation to an expert that was presenting for one of the parties. So I'm not going to go into the detail, but it just reminds me of professional conduct, and we've been taking the hearing in a very professional way today. If I do see any behaviour of that nature, I'll be asking you to leave. So it's really the only warning that I'll give. So thank you. Mrs.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification out of questions of Mr. Colgrave. There was reference to the Pongakawa SA2 area, and I have been unable to find a map in the documents, but just want to clarify that that's not just Pongakawa. The SA area is very large, and so if you're familiar with that, otherwise it is referred to in one of the inside economic reports, the size. Thank you. Next we have Mr. Stuart Ford, who is also joining us online. You will have a short statement that was circulated yesterday in response to applicants' evidence. Stuart, happy if you want to introduce yourself and then talk to that statement. Thank you.
Kia ora. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I provided the section of the Section 42A report where I was asked to review the work of Mr. Perry and the economists, and amongst other things comment on the robustness of the report. Now, my summary statement that I've given to you is in response to Mr. Perry's evidence in chief she gave to you yesterday. And just want to discuss a couple of matters. At paragraph 8, I said the NPS HPL at clause 3.62 states that in order to meet the requirements of subclause 1B, the territorial authority must consider a range of reasonable practical options for providing the required development capacity, including greater intensification in existing urban areas, and B, rezoning of land that is not highly productive land as urban, and C, rezoning different highly productive land that has a relatively lower productive capacity. And I'd just like to point out that the productive capacity definition in the NPS HPL is quite specific and is sometimes quite different to what you and I consider to be productive capacity. And it says productive capacity in relation to land means the ability of the land to support land-based primary production over the long term, based on an assessment of A, physical characteristics such as soil type, properties, and versatility, and legal constraints, and C, the size and shape of existing proposed land parcels. So Mr. Perry, in his evidence in chief, looked at my peer review statement where I said, considering the quite large changes that occurred on the subject site when the assessment was carried out at paddock scale, I suspect there would be a similar level of change which would occur on the alternative sites if they were assessed at the same scale. Therefore, I wonder at the confidence that can be put on any conclusions that can be made when comparing the alternative sites at a regional scale with a subject site at a paddock scale. And I guess what I'm saying there very politely is it's my assessment that he was comparing apples with oranges. Now, in his evidence in chief, Mr. Perry's come back and hasn't responded to my suggestion that he could suggest a level of confidence, but he's repeated his assessment of the subject site on the NZLRI. So in order to do a comparison, I'll also point out that in his evidence in chief, Mr. Perry's got in his figure 1 a figure of the nature of the LUC, which was taken from the LUC handbook. And on the left hand, and it steps the LUC classes down from 1 to 8. And on the left hand side, it says increasing mitigations, and on the right hand side, it says decreasing versatility. So I've set this up in a very similar way to what Mr. Perry has set up. And you can see in the first column where I've got LUC status, I've got the 2s and then the 3s. And and these are all NZLRI. So basically, I've gone through my assessment, and I just say at the end, it is my assessment that using the NZLRI assessment of LUC status in the Te Puke site, it can provide 167 hectares, which meets clause 3.2b, and all 3 comparable sites are able to provide significant areas which meet clause 3.62c because they're relatively lower productive capacity. So my conclusion is that it does not indicate there's an inferiority of the PC95 site when analysed in terms of the NZLRI classification, which is not the same as Mr. Perry's assessment, who says that it's still my opinion that following this assessment that the overall productive capacity of the site is lower than that of the sites identified for potential residential development around Pongaroa and Pongakawa. And if you sit back and look at it a wee bit, there are huge areas of land being offered as comparable sites. And the Penkaroa estate is only approximately 10 hectares. So in my opinion, it wouldn't be a very robust assessment to say out of that huge area of land, there isn't a site which is inferior. I'll take your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. We have no questions. That's clear to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now it's Mr. Abraham's turn.
Kia ora koutou. My name is James Abraham. I'm the Asset Management Team Leader for Water Services at the Western Bay Planning District Council. I have a Bachelor's of Engineering Technology and 8 years of engineering experience in Three Waters design and asset management of Three Waters assets for local government. Firstly, I'd like to note that I'm responding to the information that has been provided, which at times has changed throughout this process with new information supplied yesterday during expert evidence, which also at times conflicts with other evidence provided. On the topic of stormwater, the Section 42A report raised the following concerns about the proposal: safe conveyance of existing overland flow paths through the plan change site, stormwater soakage limitations, and the cumulative impacts of additional stormwater due to discharge and displacement. I'm satisfied that the existing overland flow paths can be safely conveyed to the proposed residential area without exposing residents to unreasonable risk. However, I continue to have the following concerns about the plan change: the suitability for disposal of stormwater to ground by soakage and the cumulative impacts of additional stormwater due to discharge and displacement. Dan Height for the applicant proposed that fill may be required for lower lying areas. The numbers estimated in the engineering service report is 21,000 cubic metres. I note that this does not include the fill proposed in the wastewater irrigation field. I agree that fill may be required to support this plan change. However, the effects of the fill and loading from dwellings has not been assessed, particularly with regard to the impacts on existing groundwater levels and the permeability of soils. Mrs. Brown, for the applicant yesterday, acknowledged this risk and has proposed that the groundwater monitoring be conducted following the placement of fill. It is my recommendation that groundwater monitoring be conducted prior to adoption of the plan change as it relates to the viability of the proposed stormwater soakage and wastewater systems. I support Sue Sutherwood's statement from Bay of Plenty Regional Council that the applicant has not provided sufficient evidence that soakage rate assumed can be achieved. I would note that the soakage rates used are based on testing undertaken in Pongakawa. If this soakage rate is not achievable, then the sizing of the stormwater management devices such as the soakage systems and the stormwater wetland will need to be revised. Dan Height for the applicant has noted that using a soakage rate recommended by Mrs. Sutherwood of 7 millimetres an hour compared to the original 100 millimetres an hour, that soakage is still a viable solution. It is noted that Mr. Height stated yesterday that soakage is achievable employing a soakage device with an area of 24 square metres. Following discussions with Mr. Height and reviewing his calculations, I've found that the design is not compliant with the development code, specifically the requirements that soakage devices should be designed with a 50% reduction factor. This assumes that the soakage device will not be as efficient as the first day it is installed. The soakage system will fully drain in 24 hours of following a 10-year event. Note that this requirement differs from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council Stormwater Management Guidelines, which Mrs. Sutherwood referred to as being 48 hours. With this in mind, the soakage device size to cater for the 7 millimetre hour soakage rate will have an effective area of 75 square metres if the 50% reduction factor is not applied. This would be in excess of 140 square metres if the reduction factor is applied, as per the development code and noted by Mrs. Sutherwood today.
Excuse me, Mr. Abraham, what are you reading from? Because none of this is in the brief that we've been given.
I'm just responding to the evidence that's been provided yesterday and today.
Can I just flag, I'll need something in writing that I can pass on to Mr. Height.
Yeah, well, to be honest, so will we, because there's no way we can keep up with this and write that down.
Happy to circulate the summary.
Yes, please.
Compared to the 9 square metres, the 24 square metre device would take over 4.5 days to soak away. I'd reiterate that this is non-compliant with Council's Development Code and Bay of Plenty Regional Council's Stormwater Management Guidelines. But I would like to acknowledge that Mr. Height has made allowance for back-to-back rainfall events to be stored in the proposed devices. I'd also like to respond to the statement of Mr. Cooney made yesterday. Mr. Cooney referred to the stormwater requirements imposed in Te Puke. Mr. Cooney noted that a barrier to development, that stormwater is a barrier to development and could be considered cost prohibitive. While I agree with Mr. Cooney that stormwater requirements in Te Puke are relatively high, this is largely due to an effort to reduce the impact on the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's Kaituna Catchment Management Scheme. The outcome in Te Puke is that privately owned on-site stormwater devices are required, which is the same solution that is being proposed here for Pinkaro Estate, and is the same solution which Mr. Cooney has identified as being a barrier to development. It's my opinion that the resulting risk in Te Puke, which is relevant to Pinkaro, is that the long-term performance of stormwater network is reliant on individual landowners effectively maintaining their privately owned stormwater soakage systems. Further to my point, Mr. Height's proposed a 24 square metre soakage device assumes a perfectly maintained device. It's my opinion that this further compounds the risk that the proposed stormwater network may not be a viable long-term solution to stormwater management for the plan change area. However, regardless of these design recommendations, I'd like to reiterate the underlying issue, which is the viability of the stormwater system is reliant on soakage. However, the soakage characteristics of the soil are untested at the site. It is my recommendation that soakage tests are undertaken prior to the plan change adoption, to confirm viability of the proposed stormwater system. On the topic of wastewater, the Section 42A report raised the following concerns. Disposal field viability, site conditions as it relates to soil, groundwater and surface water, environmental risk and council's financial resources. I continue to have these concerns. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge that council are not against wastewater irrigation fields as a solution to wastewater disposal. In fact, we have implemented 3 wastewater irrigation fields across the district and are currently exploring options for 2 more. However, when identifying appropriate sites, council consider a range of criteria such as distance from urban areas, minimum land size, slope of land, and buffer distances, particularly away from waterways, overland flow paths, and floodable areas, which are all identified risks at this site. The maps provided shows overland flow path 3 crossing the proposed disposal area. Kirsten Brown for the applicant notes in her evidence that this is planned to be backfilled. I'd like to point out that the plans provided shows the overland flow path still conveying through the irrigation field. This is in conflict to Mrs. Brown's evidence yesterday, where it was mentioned that this overland flow path could be diverted away from the field. These conflicting statements make it difficult to understand the intent with regards to the flow path 3 as it relates to the wastewater irrigation field, and it is not clear if this has been included in the total land area identified for the purpose of wastewater irrigation. Residential land is proposed to be neighbouring the wastewater irrigation field. This could encourage residents to utilise the irrigation area, and it is my recommendation that a setback be imposed between the residential area and the irrigation field. This is consistent with Western Bay Plenty District Council's Makatu irrigation field, where setbacks are imposed from the neighbouring campground in Makatu. It's not clear if this allowance has been made for the irrigation field. There is not a clear statement from the applicant on how wastewater is to be disposed of on site. There appears to be conflicting comments from the applicant over the disposal method, namely whether it will be via a raft or directly to land. Approximately 7,000 square metres or 13% of the disposal field is identified as being floodable in a climate adjusted 1 in 100 year rainfall event. Dan Height notes that earthworks to lift ground levels could be carried out to meet Bay of Plenty Regional Council offset requirements to avoid the placement of wastewater disposal field below a 1 in 20 year flood level. This hasn't been assessed by the applicant, and these full volumes do not appear to have been allowed for in the flood water displacement calculations. The wastewater treatment plant and access to it sits within the irrigation field area. They will take up significant area, and it is not clear if this has been accounted for within any of the plans or design documentation provided. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Kearney's comments yesterday that the proposed wastewater systems are advanced modular systems that can be easily added to. I agree with these comments from Mr. Kearney. However, acquiring additional land for the purpose of irrigation is less flexible. It's my opinion that each of the points that I've just identified are a cumulative risk that has not been assessed, being that the disposal area is undersized. An increase in disposal area is likely required, which would result in moving the disposal area further into the identified floodable land. This land is less suitable than the already constrained site proposed, and it is my opinion that further extension of the field into the floodable area would require more fill, increasing the risk of overall viability of the field. And it is my opinion that the application has not provided sufficient evidence to suggest that the proposed wastewater disposal field is appropriately sized, and that the viable irrigation cannot be achieved without significant variation from the proposed structure plan. As already noted, overland flow path crosses through the proposed disposal area with conflicting comments of how this is to be managed. Kirsten Brown for the applicant agreed yesterday that backfilling the existing farm drains could have an effect on groundwater. This will be assessed after the plan change has been adopted. I agree with Mrs. Brown that the filling may impact groundwater and that it should be assessed. However, it's my opinion that this assessment is required prior to the plan change adoption. I would also like to point out that 13% of the disposal field area is identified in a floodable area. This floodable area is most prominent in the northern area of the proposed irrigation field. Bay of Plenty Regional Council offset requirements seek to avoid placement of wastewater disposal fields below the 1 in 20 year event. In the northern area, peat soils have been identified at 1/2 metre depth, indicating saturated soils at this level. Additionally, the northern portion of the site encompasses prominent flood-prone areas, increasing the risk of effluent transport into floodwaters and into the nearby Puanini stream. Kirsten Brown, representing the applicant, notes that buried or partially buried wastewater infrastructure is planned for this area over the peat soils. Dan Height suggests that earthworks to raise ground levels could also be undertaken, but it's well known that peat is a compressible soil, posing a high risk of differential settlement, and if left unsaturated or without preloading, the quality of fill design and installation will be critical for the long-term function of the irrigation field. The CMW report provided mentions potential for a raft fill to be installed. While preloading might help manage settlement within peat, this approach is not ideal for wastewater disposal as it reduces soil permeability, and in my opinion, these compounded risks have not been fully evaluated. Given the most constrained land is near the Puanini stream, the minimum 20-metre setback may not be sufficient to mitigate environmental and cultural risks. On the topic of the receiving environment, the disposal field neighbouring the residential area may invite public use of the field. Council's recent experience with disposal fields in Makatu in areas of soft compressible soils highlights a risk of pipe breakage due to maintenance or foot traffic over the field, resulting in effluent ponding at the surface, and such a scenario would represent a risk to health and environmental risk. Bay of Plenty Regional Council have identified that the Waihi Estuary is a catchment requiring management to improve water quality, where the Waihi Estuary is a natural taonga located between Makatu and Pukahina. In recent decades has been degraded as increasing amounts of nutrients, sediment, fecal bacteria have been washed into estuary from surrounding land and the contributing waterways. This may have an influence on the final design of the wastewater system. This uncertainty is a risk to the long-term acceptance of the discharge, and it is noted that minimum setbacks have been proposed. However, the site is identified as being a floodable area with no assessment of how that will be managed or if the setbacks are sufficient. Finally, on the topic of Council's financial resources, ongoing Council operating costs associated with small community wastewater systems are an inefficient use of financial resources compared to intensifying development in existing urban areas. With existing wastewater treatment plants, as noted in the Section 42A report, using operating costs provided by the applicant for a typical stormwater system of this kind, it would be more than 1.5 times more expensive per connection to operate this system compared to Te Puke. It should be noted that due to the limitations and constraints I've just identified, operating, monitoring and compliance costs may be higher. Finally, to conclude, it's my opinion that the impacts of wastewater and stormwater ultimately pose a risk to the Wai, whether it be groundwater or surface water within the proposed Penkaro estate, the Puanini stream and the receiving Waihi Estuary. It's my opinion that these risks have not been sufficiently assessed, nor has sufficient evidence been provided to suggest that these risks can be appropriately mitigated without considerable variation from the proposed structure plan.
Ms. Stubbing, have the magnitude of changes that we've just seen that have been made to Mr. Abrams' brief been made to all subsequent briefs? Because it almost renders the remainder of the hearing pointless.
No, the next two witnesses have very short statements, and as I understand it, just a brief update, no further changes. I think Mr. Abraham has responded to matters that have arisen during the hearing since his statement was circulated yesterday. So happy to provide that version that he has spoken to.
So the challenge it presents is it's okay when you read along with something, you can pick things up, you can note comments and you can move forward. When you're basically being lectured to and with an inability to record, it makes questioning almost exceptionally difficult, if not impossible. So I'm not sure what we do around the questioning of Mr. Abrams, but I don't think we're going to be able to ask much today because most of it deviates from what we've got in front of us substantially.
I think Mr. Abraham has responded to the evidence that was given yesterday by the applicant's witnesses.
But with respect, that's not the point. It's the point that we're here listening to evidence that deviates so far from what we've got in front of us and we're trying to follow that we cannot do very much with it. So we cannot, like when we have the legal subs presented and there's additions, people say we're making this change or we're adding this in. This was just effectively in big chunks a total rewrite. It limits the utility of what we can do around that witness. So the only thing I can suggest we do is we get a written brief from Mr. Abrams, because I don't want to stop, and that he gets that to us by tomorrow, close the business tomorrow, and we will look at it and present some questions back to Mr. Abrams that we would ask that he answer in writing by next Friday, which is when we're going to ask for a bunch of other stuff that we've already signalled.
More than happy with that, sir.
So with that, I don't think there's much that we can ask. So we'll move on to your next witness, please.
Next, we have Ms. Prendergast, just briefly addressing transport.
Thank you. Kia ora. My name is Samantha Prendergast and I am the transport engineer, transport project engineer at the Western Bay of Plenty District Council. I will take my statement as read, if I may. And in summary, there are a few points where more detail is required, as outlined in my statement. However, I believe that these can be addressed through the resource consent phase if Plan Change 95 were to be approved. I'm happy to answer any questions on my statement if you have them.
Mr. Crummer, who deals with cycleways.
Kia ora koutou. Jason Crummer. I'm the Senior Recreation Planner here at the Western Bay. My primary role is high-level strategic planning, particularly in the recreation open space field. And so cycleways and walkways, although it's not completely within my scope of expertise, it falls broadly within my program of work. My background prior to council was in sports and recreation, so events and project management. However, I won't go into detail with that. I'd like to take my evidence as read, and rather than summarise that evidence, just want to respond to information that was presented to the panel by Kirsty Garrett and yesterday, and Vincent Murphy this morning, just around that proposed Pukehina to Pongakawa cycleway. Hopefully it doesn't deviate too much from the evidence. I don't believe it does. It really just supports what I've provided. My aim is to really provide the panel with a bit more clarity and, I guess, context to what's been presented thus far. So this morning, the map presented by Vincent Murphy showed the, unfortunately, I don't have that on screen, but showed the the overall, or that aspirational sort of plan for the cycleway that goes from Pukehina Beach through Pongakawa and eventually onto the existing Pangaroa cycleway, which takes you all the way through to Okere Falls. Now, I'm not going to pick it apart. That's certainly not my intent. I guess the details for me is just trying to understand how the plan was formed and the fact that it has cycleway, walkways plan. I'd like to understand what consultation was held, what sort of process, and how they arrived at that particular design. It does align broadly with our existing walkways and cycleways action plan, which is one of the maps that's on the screen right there. And as you can see, it does have some correlation with the proposed map that Mr. Murphy presented. That being said, part of one of our key strategic priorities here at Council is empowering communities. And part of that process is going through that consultation process and really looking to make sure we come up with our plans, come up with our aspirations, our ideas, test them internally, present them through to Council, and then test them with local stakeholders, tangata whenua, seek some direction, have a really thorough corridor, and then go for that wider community consultation. And I understand there could have been a process that was used to arrive at that plan, but for us, this is more aspirational. This is, as council staff, we see this as really cool things that could be developed in the future. It'd be silly to argue that the plan that was presented this morning was awesome. It looked really cool. If we're able to achieve all of those linkages, then well done. That'll be a massive win for the community and the district. The challenge is understanding the challenges that present us at this time. So for example, the resource consent that Kirsty Garrett referenced yesterday in her presentation, that is indeed in place. That was issued in 2013. Apologies, I wrote 2014, but it was 2013, and it's got a time frame of 15 years for that particular project to be completed. So it's time of approval of the resource consent to time of completion. And the resource consent also, forgive me for wobbling this, I'm highly caffeinated from having two very young daughters who choose not to sleep anymore. So I'll do my best to steer this straight. If I can find the button. So it's this sort of stretch, this area here. So that area is what the resource consent that has been granted covers, which is approximately 2.9 kilometres worth of coastal walkway with some wooden boardwalks and 2 water crossings that may or may not require bridges to be designed and consented and constructed. And part of that, so that takes you through to Cutwater Road, which is the stretch right here. And that in itself has a cost estimate of approximately $200,000. So that's adjusted for inflation for the original quote, which was around about 2014, 2015. But as I said, there will be additional costs if you have to cross those waterways using the construction of a bridge. However, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a builder, so I don't really want to step outside my scope of expertise there, and apologies if I already have. Council has $50,000 funds available for that section of the proposed cycleway walkway. However, it is dependent on the Pukahina Beach Ratepayers Association to front up with the remaining funds before that $50,000 is able to be released. The remaining proposed walkway cycleway routes that Mr. Murphy presented this morning, which takes you from Cutwater Road, actually cuts across the section here, which is a mix of docklands, so it's another canal, docklands, farmlands, and then down the canal all the way through to another canal crossing down to Arawa Road. And that's a stretch of about 3.5 to 4 kilometres. And then you've got the continuation south of Arawa Road through to down Pongakawa School Road, and then Old Coach Road all the way to Pangaroa. This section that is not covered in that resource consent. So resource consent is just this part here, which in itself is a big challenge. And if that is achieved, then that unlocks a lot of opportunities. But again, it is from our perspective from council and what we generally do here, it's not what we would consider a plan. So this is the Cycleways plan. It is an awesome aspiration. Like if this can be achieved, it would be great, but it does present those challenges. So that is a mix of privately owned lands, it is the use of stop banks, it is a lot of consultation and engagement before we even get into a design phase and then into the build phase. And then other challenges, I guess, once you're through Ottawa Road, you have to cross the State Highway 2. And as far as I'm aware, there are no median barriers or protective measures. It's a busy intersection, also crossing a railway line directly onto the road, Pongokawa School Road, sharing with vehicles and then turning west onto Old Coach Road, again competing with other vehicles down to the existing walkway cycleway. Awesome link, certainly not debating that. If it can be achieved, as I said, it'll be wonderful. And I guess a really key piece of information is, as of September this year, Council adopted the long-term plan 2024-2034. And unfortunately, following central government direction and our own sort of dedication to looking to invest in those essential services, and really, yeah, it's one of those things. Being a senior recreation planner and seeing a budget cut by 2/3, so it's been reduced from $1.5 million down to $500,000, and that is district-wide funding. That is funding for every single walkway, cycleway within the entire district over the 10-year cycle. So essentially making it maintenance only and reliant heavily on external funders. And from what I hear, there's a lot of amazing external funders in the community, but it is a lot of dollars that we're talking about and a lot of consents and a lot of processes for us a lot of boxes to tick before we can begin building this infrastructure. So yeah, essentially that means it places uncertainty of whether we can deliver many or any of our capital projects within our existing cycleways, walkways action plan. It's not to say that we can't, but we don't know what the future holds in terms of council funding to support those sorts of developments. And that's for the next 10 years. Hoping for good things in the next round cycle of LTP funding. Yeah, thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Kia ora, Mr. Crummer. I'm sort of shuffling between your statement of evidence and the 42A report. So there's a recommendation in the 42A report. Are you familiar with that? For recreation?
Not specifically.
Okay. There is a recommendation and then obviously a request or a track change to be adopted. Well, the recommendation, if I read it out, proposed reserves shown in the structure plan should be retained in addition to the council's planned development of the paper road for recreational purposes. And then there's a bit more text. And then it suggests some wording within the landscape reserves, which was in chapter 12, appendix A, but then we got a new version this morning. Where I'm going with that is, you're the reserves or recreation man for council. Oh, sorry, person, stuff. And I guess my first question is around, are you happy with the applicant's response to the 42A report and putting that provisions into Plan Change 95? Well, how about I ask this question first, maybe? Did you inform the 42A report?
I got brought into the project team with the other experts to my left back in February this year. So yeah, a lot of the discussion was around the new recreation space or playground that was in that initial design, and the question whether or not it would compete with or complement the proposed recreation development that we've got at the other end of Ottawa Road. And so that's where we initially came in, and then just more recently it was the submissions on the cycleways, walkways connection.
So happy to receive your representation today on the cycleway, submissions on the cycleway and the connectivity and linkages. I guess my core focus is on the 42A report, where it's a topic that's been identified as recreation, and outlines the analysis and discussion, and then puts a recommendation saying regarding the reserve. So if you got an opportunity to look at that, I just need you to say, yes, I've seen it. Yes, I agree with it. And obviously the steps taken by the applicant in addressing that recommendation.
Thank you, team. Sorry, bear with me one moment.
I may be able to assist. It looks like the recommendation from the 42A report is listed in the provisions under stage 2.
Correct, I see that. I guess I'm just trying to make sure that the council's 42A report officer support from the recreation team is aware of that recommendation.
Apologies for the delay. So yes, just that point of clarity. I must have missed this detail, but have informed that report, as I said, from February this year. I'm happy for those changes in that structure plan. It's don't see that there's been any negative impacts from our perspective.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
And I've got nothing further either, thank you.
Thank you.
So the final witness is Ms. Mark, you'll be sharing the plan and coming last year, has quite a bit to work through. So Ms. Mark has been keeping her notes to make sure she covers everything. She will speak to those. Again, happy to make them available, but there are a number of matters to be covered.
Good afternoon. My name's Abigail Mark, Abby. My experience is outlined in the 42A report, and I have read the expert witness statement. So listening throughout the hearing and after reading the evidence, I have noted a number of points to respond to based on the topics set out in the 42A report, and I can include where my recommendations have changed or not. Also, I have received the rules that were circulated this morning and have a couple of high-level comments, but I haven't had a full look at how I would change them if I was to.
Just on that, we have asked Wapiti Regional Council to have a response to us by 5 p.m. next Friday. Okay. So if we can work to that with you as well.
Yeah, no problem. So the recommendation, topic 1, whole of plan change. The recommendation set out in the 42A report was to decline private plan change 95. My recommendation decline remains on the basis of the plan change not aligning with the national policy statement for urban development, the smart growth strategy, the future development strategy, housing business capacity assessment, and the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's policy statement, including change 6. It's also the national policy statement for highly productive land in the tests in clause 3.61A A to C for rezoning land from rural to residential have not been met, and the private plan change does not give effect to the MPS HPL. I also note there's still some issues with stormwater and wastewater, and I feel like there's a few that matters that could still need to be resolved at this stage rather than at the resource consent stage. And I'm taking that, I'm relying on Mr. Abraham's expert opinion around wastewater and stormwater. So for settlement pattern, for the MPSUD, it remains my opinion that the existing settlement at Aroa Road with or without the addition of the plan change is not an urban environment as defined by the MPSUD, nor is it part of one. It is not predominantly urban in character, nor intended to be part of a housing and labour market of at least 10,000 people. It is predominantly rural in character and based on the evidence of Mr. Colgrave is not part of the housing and labour market of Te Puke. Therefore, the MPSUD does not apply to the proposal. I note that despite the applicant's experts often referring to the area as urban, the lay submitters who spoke in support of the development often described the area as rural and on a number of occasions mentioned the considerable distance to Te Puke. Also, the submitters, and I've outlined this in my 42A, in opposition, have talked about how much they enjoy the rural amenity and move to the location for that purpose. So the evidence of Mr. Coles and Mr. Murphy refers to various definitions to counter my assessment in the 42A report that the existing settlement is not urban in character. I do not consider that the definitions used are helpful, such as the reference to section 76(4)(c), which is in the RMA, specifically relating to the use of tree rules. I think it's specifically urban environment allotment, so it's the full context of that definition. In paragraph 79 of Mr. Cole's evidence, he disagrees that the plan change would cause a precedent effect if approved and draws attention to the settlement having existed since the 1950s. I think this is a misunderstanding of the 42A report. The 42A report was responding to the applicant's view that the area is intended to be predominantly urban in character by the applicant through proposed plan change 95 to support their argument of an urban environment. So it remains my opinion that intended to be refers to the intention of the local authorities or set out in the FDS or those higher order RMA documents. And also I think Mr. Murphy misunderstood in my section 42A report relating to could be affecting or contributing to another area which is an urban environment. As a matter of clarification, the report refers to a possible suggestion that the plan change could still be provided for by the MPSUD, even if it was not part of an urban environment. So the Section 42A report was not discussing the housing and labour market, which Mr. Murphy is commenting on. So the HVA and FDS, I can take you through that. I'll start off with the HBA. So it might be easy if it was put up on the screen, or do you have the HBA in front of you? Yep. So this might mean a little bit of backwards and forwards, but the table on page 105, 4-17A. So that's showing the housing demand and supply in the Western Bay of Plenty District. And it says that we've got a sufficient capacity in the short term, and then in the medium term and long term, it's gone into negatives. So I guess I'm coming from that is that Mr. Cole suggested that the evidence in the HBA demonstrated a shortage of housing in the short, medium and long term, and this is incorrect. The HBA actually says there's only a shortfall in the medium and a short supply demand negative in the medium and long term. I'll stick with the HBA and then come back to the FDS. So then in the HBA, Mr. Murphy has referred to in parts of his evidence, he's focused on Te Puke and said that Te Puke specifically has a housing shortage, and I would like to point out in the HBA on page 99, there's a table there that shows the, this is the medium-term capacity. It shows there's a remaining capacity of 27% over the medium term in Te Puke specifically. And then if you look at the words on the last paragraph of that page, it says most of the uptake of the Generation 3 capacity in Te Puke will be completed during the medium term. So that's saying we've got capacity in our Generation 3 areas, which were opened up through Plan Change 92. They will be made, so the capacity will completed during the medium term with 5 years left into the long term. Beyond this, future capacity in the Eastern Corridor will be in the new Eastern Town, and more work to be done in the structure plan to look at intensification and infill opportunities in Te Puke. Did I read that correctly? Yes. So I read that as we also have a future urban zone that hasn't been rezoned through Plan Change 92. We do have the Te Puke Spatial Plan happening at the moment, and that subsequent plan change is to look at where opportunities would be to open up those Generation 4 areas. There is a map that shows what it's talking about in terms of Generation 3 and 4, and that's on page 96. It's not a great map. That it's a bit blurry, but you can see there, this was prior to Plan Change 92, so it's showing the Generation 3 areas which were open up, which was the orange in Plan Change 92, and then you've got a small area on the edge that's future urban, that's a Generation 4, and then there's Generation 4 areas also identified there as well. On the ends of the edges of Te Puke. They're not zoned future urban. So then if we move to the FDS,
Before we leave that, can
yeah,
you just
sure.
have so I'm aware, the Generation 4 areas around Te Puke aren't currently zoned for future urban. They're identified as,
Some of them are.
some of them are?
Yeah, and some of them are, so this is prior, the housing business capacity assessment was done prior to change 6, is my understanding, where the urban limits were removed. So that's why you've got your outline of the town.
Yeah.
No, and there is, so it's, I guess, potential areas where we've highlighted.
So if you look at it, just thinking about the intended, that would be, in your opinion, those generation, you could possibly argue that that's an intended.
Yes. I'd also point out that with Plan Change 92, we opened up Seddon Street, which is not shown on that map. So in the FDS, it talks about how Plan Change 92 provided more capacity than expected. That's one of the factors involved in that. Yeah, and I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's just, sorry, I didn't want, not trying to interrupt your flow. But
That's all right.
before we move off it, it would be useful to clarify.
So in the FDS, in his evidence, Mr. Murphy states that FDS openly acknowledges that there's not, it does not provide sufficient development capacity. While the shortfall is acknowledged, there is a difference between housing supply, demand, and sufficient development capacity. Sufficient development capacity is defined in the NPSUD. And I think that the FDS has said on page 152, it is estimated that between 37,000 and 43,000 new homes will need to be built over the next 30 years within the Western Bay of Plenty sub-region to meet housing demand. And then it goes on page 157. To provide this table, which shows, sorry, keep up, sorry. It shows the total of sufficient development capacity proposed by the FDS to be 35,380 to 43,380. So I think, to be clear, there's been a shortfall identified, not a shortfall in development capacity. And shortfall isn't defined in the NPSUD, as far as I can tell. In Mr. Murphy's evidence, he's in paragraph 146D, he says there's no recognition of responsive planning in the FDS. I think this is incorrect, as page 163 details the smart growth strategy towards responsive planning, which is within the FDS. I also note it focuses on the connected centres settlement pattern, and the Pongakawa and the Plan Change 95 site aren't included within that connected centres aspect. And I note that was a point discussed this morning, and I have should I go to that first? I'll come back to that. No, I'll come back to that. I have discussed with my colleague, Ms. Miller, who is the Smart Growth Work Programs lead for the Western Bay of Plenty District Council. So she was involved in the smart growth strategy development deliberations and things. So she explained that the connected centres approach has two core concepts, and they're outlined within the FDS. Oh, and I don't have the page number, but I can find it. The first is the increased number of dwellings by intensifying existing urban and new growth areas. And the second is being able to access local schools, local social and economic opportunities within 15-minute journey time. Page 44, I think, potentially. Walking and cycling. Oh, so that's the picture. The one before. I guess 43 talks about that's where it is. Sorry, 43. Two core concepts critical to the connected centres. The first being the increase in the number of dwellings by intensifying our existing urban and new growth areas. This is to maximise the land available for development and support a well-functioning multimodal transport system. And the second is being able to access local schools' economic opportunities within a 15-minute walk or bike ride. Sub-regional social and economical opportunities within 30 and 45 minutes. And then you've got the connected centres figure on page 44, which has the areas identified of the centres. I think that the connected centres approach should be thought of as part of a larger scale settlement pattern, and it's about identifying growth areas. And I also just note that the smart growth deliberations document has been talked about, is in my section 42A, and Ms. Stubbings has identified the weight we should be giving to it. But I'd just like to note that on page 38, which was referred to by Mr. Coles in his evidence, the table sorry, it's the deliberations. That's one you got received. Sorry, too many documents. Page 38. It's a lot of printing for one page. Page 38 talks about the advantages and disadvantages of option 7.3a, which is to make no changes to the strategy to include additional residential areas in the east, and it's the recommended option. And then the table lists the most advantages, lists mostly advantages, sorry. This includes the long-term plan, providing certainty, aligning with evidence-based decisions, lowering risk of developments that do not align with connected centres, because the areas of Paengaroa and Pongakawa do not meet the definition of urban environment under the NPSUD. And I did jump around slightly because now I'm going to go back to the FDS. Wow, the smart growth strategy. The smart growth strategy, sorry. So I'm talking about map 18, I think. I think it might be here. Yeah, it's the future development strategy staging map, page 164. don't think I am actually talking about it. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go. No, okay. So that references no-go areas and the no-go layer, which shows important environmental, cultural and heritage values, as well as areas of risks of coastal and inner harbour erosion. The purpose of the no-go layer is to show that what land would be affected by these constraints. However, it doesn't infer a suitable location for urban development from a strategic growth planning perspective, as evidenced by the site excluded from the FDS. So I think what I'm trying to say is it's not saying everywhere that is a no-go layer is identified as a location for urban development. And then you've got the go carefully layer, which is in maps throughout at the beginning of the smart growth strategy. And again, that relates to constraints. It's not related to the strategic growth suitability. I think it also is worth noting it's not done on a site-by-site analysis. It's a broad, well, my understanding is that it's a broad image of where we have those constraints throughout our region. And then in terms of the RPS, I agree with Ms Holden of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council that the plan change is not consistent with the RPS with respect to policy UG7A, which is providing for an unanticipated or out of sequence urban growth in urban environments, or policy UG14B, which restricts urban activities outside of the urban environments, as set out in my section 42A report. Policy UG7A is not applicable as the plan change is not an urban environment, in my opinion, and the UG14B is not met due to the infrastructure inefficiencies and the use of the finite land resources. Also like to note that Mr. Crummer today has presented what I understood to be the Cycleways Action Plan that was referenced in Mr. Cole's evidence. My understanding is also that the plan that was referenced in that action plan is aspirational. I understand there is resource consent that does do a portion of it. I also know that the LTP has cut the funding for our cycleways, so the next 10 years, potentially the funding for that's less. There's also a point the panel made yesterday regarding the development density being aimed for, and Mr. Murphy highlighted in his his discussion today that the maximum average per lot that is to be built is built into the rules, and he's correct for density A. For density B, there's no maximum average, so that is 500 square metres. I've got it in front of me. 500 square metres, but there's no maximum average. So the areas of the plan, the structure plan, which are in that density B, are going to be have the ability to be larger. There's no maximum average. So I guess the number of homes being delivered is potentially different to what's being provided. Yeah, I guess there's nothing in the plan to ensure a specific yield. And I would also note that we've tried to avoid, I think we early on, and I came into the plan change at the beginning of this year. In the further information request, I understand that it was sort of trying to avoid the words higher density and lower density, because 350 metres squared is our just residential density rather than medium density, which is smaller. So highly productive land, I'm going to break it down into the 3 tests of 3.61a, as I did in my section 42a report. The recommendation of my 42a report remains, as I said at the beginning. The first test is, in my opinion, still unable to be met based on the evidence of Fraser Colgrave, and there's no change in this recommendation. I note that Mr. Colgrave has raised concerns about those demand calculations. I also point to 3.61a, which does specifically talk about sufficient development capacity, again, which is what I was highlighting earlier in the FDS, and what sufficient development capacity is defined in the NPSUD. Yeah. Mr. Murphy, in his evidence, contends, paragraph 69, that the plan change would contribute to housing supply in the same market as Te Puke. And as I've said earlier, the development capacity for Te Puke is specifically identified in the HBA to provide until 5 years into the long term before Generation 4 areas would need to be plan enabled. This is further reinforced in the FDS, which wasn't something I pointed out, on page 156, which talks about, I have said it though, the unanticipated further capacity provided through Plan Change 92. The second test, she's brought it up. I can read it. It's the third one down on the right. The housing allocations outlined in the table provided for more capacity than what is identified in the HBA, to address the housing shortfalls. This is due to more capacity being provided by medium density residential strategy plan changes under Plan Change 33 and Plan Change 92 for the Western Bay Plenty District Council than anticipated, and bringing forward the Eastern Centre and Upper Belk Road. I note, so then I'm going to, where am I at? Now I'm on to the second test for NPS HPL, that no other reasonable, practical, feasible options are available, is not the exact wording, within the same locality and market, and achieving a well-functioning urban environment. My recommendation is not changed. I would note towards assessment of the LC status based on statistical analysis. I also want to note that Mr. Perry described in his evidence and yesterday the low versatility, the option. He described yesterday that he has removed options areas of land with low versatility than Plan Change 95 that are on the fringes of Te Puke and Paengaroa, where they already produce kiwi fruit. The kiwi fruit orchards are unfavourable for residential development due to the land being optimised for production, involving significant investment. I would like to point to, I don't think this is always the case for some landowners. For example, in Te Puke at the moment, we've got 22 Landscape Road, which is on the edge. It's currently zoned rural, and they requested a change of zone through Plan Change 92. It's currently cropped in kiwi fruit. They requested a plan change, a zone change through Plan Change 92, and it didn't make it into it because there wasn't sufficient information from the submitter. He said it was a submission rather than coming in at the start of the plan change. And the submission didn't have enough information around consultation, servicing, and highly productive land, etc. So at the time, we couldn't support the inclusion in the plan change, but they are actively involved in planning mechanisms through council. And this is just an example where a kiwi fruit orchard has been requested to be rezoned. Also, Mr. Perry noted that he removed floodplains from his assessment. My only comment here is that houses can still be built on flood hazard layers, but it's a restricted discretionary activity. It's not prohibited, and the matters of discretion are around minimum floor levels, managing the effects of dwellings and buildings and earthworks on ponding areas and flow paths. So to summarise, development is still enabled subject to careful measures. Subdivision within a flood hazard layer is a discretionary activity. In terms of other potential reasonably practicable options, that future urban zone that I identified in the Generation 4 area in the HBA wasn't included in it was included as HPL land, but it's got an LUC class on it, but because it's zoned urban, I would see that it would not meet the definition of HPL, so it should sit within the second test in 3.62B, where you should look at rezoning of land that is not highly productive as urban. So it's land that's not highly productive. It is an urban, future urban zone. So rezoning it as residential. And that hasn't, I don't think, being factored into whether there is other reasonable practical options. If Te Puke was considered to be the same locality and market as the applicants suggest, it follows that the capacity created rezoning that land could be reasonable and practical option for providing development capacity. Potentially. I haven't seen an assessment. And I'm not exactly sure if that would be Mr. Perry's role or not as a soil expert. And in terms of 3.61C, environmental, social, cultural and economic benefits and costs, my recommendation has not changed. I rely on Mr. Colgrave's evidence in reaching that conclusion. Mr. Colgrave has provided an assessment of Mr. Council's economic cost benefit analysis, and he concludes that it does not conclusively demonstrate economic benefits outweighs the costs. But I think it's important to note that all three of these need to be achieved it's a conjunctive clause, so all three of them need to be achieved to pass the tests to give effect to the NPS HPL. So in terms of topic 7 and 8, wastewater and stormwater, wastewater, I rely on Mr. Abraham's evidence around outstanding concerns. But I do note Ms. Holden's additional proposed rules to be included. I see she's relied on Sue Sutherwood's evidence. I guess I agree with the rules in principle, but there's, here I could briefly cover some matters that have been resolved or are minor comments. So natural hazards, Mr. Murphy's evidence is sought to address the recommendation in the Section 42A report, whereby the overland flow path 1 has been moved to the edge of the site. This addresses the evacuation concerns that were outlined in the report. Transportation, you heard from Samantha, Miss Pendergast. And I think my understanding is that a lot of the transportation issues can be detailed design phase. The Waka Kotahi additions, I see that Mr. Murphy has addressed that in his latest rule updates. And I think from what I can see at the moment, that looks all right. Again, give you an update. Water supply, in my 42A, I recommend that water supply should go with option A, which is the pipe upgrade. I see that Mr. Height and Mr. Murphy have agreed. I note in the rules I was supplied this morning that reservoir option hasn't been removed from stage 2 and 3, but I assume this is just a minor thing. It's been removed from stage 1. My recommendation for recreation is the same, and I see there in the rules now. Ecology, the evidence of Mr. Dean recommended to increase that riparian buffer to 8 metres, which the applicant support, and so do I. And in terms of reverse sensitivity, I note that in my Section 42A report, I recommend that the shelter belt not be included in the structure plan along the edge of stage 3, in the paper road portion of the Aroa Road, because of its impact on the recreation area. And in the 42A report, I outlined that I believe the spray drift best practice standards, what's already in place, should be enough to mitigate the concerns. With regard to the district plan rules that relate to tangata whenua values, I note that you were asking Mr. Murphy about those. I do note that in our plan change 92, we added a rule around in our structure plan to have requirements for hapu to be directly involved in earthworks monitoring. There's a rule in our medium densities for Omokoroa that requires cultural landforms to be protected. We've generally got rules around requiring applicants to identify the tangata whenua and the treaty issues of a site. And in natural ocean space, there's matters of discretion that relate to it. I would note that our plan has commenced a rolling district plan review, and it is quite old. So I'm sure these will be improved upon over that process. But that is to say, there is a possibility that if the applicants were to include some sort of rule prerequisite, that wouldn't be unusual for our plan. There are no rules currently in our subdivision or residential that are specific to cultural values and tangata whenua values. And In summary, my overall recommendation to decline on the basis of settlement pattern and highly productive land is unchanged from the reasons set out in my 42A report and these comments in response to the applicant's submitter's evidence. And I am open to questions.
Kia ora, Ms. Mark, thank you for that. I'll be honest, I feel like you sort of addressed some of the thoughts I've had in terms of your 42A report. And especially just trying to make sure there was a complementary, what do I call it, journey through the smart plan, smart growth, and HBA. Yeah, sort of looking at my questions, and I think most of it has sort of been captured over the course of the conversations, and obviously through the legal subs too. So I don't know. I think I have no questions, but yeah, I'll probably just need a bit more time just to go through. No, actually, I don't think I have any questions for you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So fundamentally, I don't have anything that leaps to mind. I think it's quite clear, but I do need for you to set out in your notes in some sort of form that we can step our way through, particularly all the references back. Like I think I followed you, but
They're definitely all here in very much draft form, but I can pull it all together.
and also towards the end, I think I recorded all the matters that were resolved, which is actually really useful, helps us to confine everything. But there seemed to also be in that mix some things that weren't quite resolved.
Yeah, I think they're just minor. I'm not sure. Yeah, I have got them recorded, and I think they're to do with the rules mostly. So I'll put that in there. Is that okay?
So what would be really useful is if we could have your notes and your commentary on those rules, including any additions to those rules by next Friday.
Yep, no
That makes
problem.
sense?
Yep.
Because I think we can, if we need to, we can pose questions once we've got that. But yeah, there's a lot of handwriting here, and it's not particularly neat. So
Yeah. Yeah.
But other than that, I don't think I've got anything. I thought that was actually very useful, and thank you for going slowly so we could sort of keep up with it. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Nothing further from the council.
So is there any matters that somebody wishes to raise with us now?
No, but just by way of housekeeping, will the commissioners issue a minute with timeframes in it? Thank you.
I was just about to run through that, and it will be coming out. So just to be very clear, the site visit locations you want us to go to, I think Ms. Ham opened that up today. We want those by 5 p.m. on Monday. I think it's the 18th. We want Mr. Abrams' evidence, revised evidence circulated tomorrow by 5 p.m. tomorrow, which I think will be relatively straightforward, will it, Mr. Abrams, because you've done it?
Yes.
Yes.
I think
So
they're
it's-
sitting in my inbox already.
Okay. So we'll get, so that can go out to all of the parties. So Ms. Ham, you'll have that, so you can put that to your experts without too much of a delay, without any real delay. And for our part, we will look at that evidence and decide if we've got any questions, and if we do, we'll put them in writing as part of a minute that we'll issue early next week. We have Our site visit's likely to be occurring next Friday, the 22nd, although we will confirm that it's likely to be early afternoon. We have a response from Ms. Holdham and Ms. Mark on the conditions with Ms. Holdham, well, they're not the conditions, the rules as to agreements or otherwise, or further amendments. And Ms. Mark, yours is going to be more extensive, I'd imagine, so taking us through this response, but also with any associated amendments to that. So the reason why we're giving you a bit more time than Ms. Abrams is I anticipate it's going to take a bit of drafting to get that into a state. So Ms. Ham, there's no implications on you time-wise yet, because we haven't set out. There'll be a minute that we'll issue early next week that will convey very clearly that you'll have a right of reply in terms of all the WDC briefs, and indeed, obviously, Ms. Holdham's commentary on the rules. The timing for that will be determined once we've gone out onto site and whether we decide to, you've invited us to consider an interim decision pathway, which we are considering. We may just seek further information, or we may seek conferencing, or we may decide to close and just invite your closing in which, so there'll be 2 minutes coming out, one early next week and then one following the site visit, much like early the following week, which will clarify things. I don't think I missed anything. No. So I do have some closing remarks, and then we have a karakia to close our hui or to adjourn. So first, fundamentally, thank you, other than that slight blip we had this afternoon, thank you for the way that you've conducted yourself and you've prepared for this hearing. It's been useful, it's been very informative, and it's been a very pleasant thing for us to both sit on. A site visit, as I say, will be conducted sometime next week. It's looking probable because of our existing commitments that it will be Friday, but we will engage with or make that known to the parties, and obviously through Lauren, we will look to engage with the applicant about ensuring we've got access to the site and any karakia as well. We'll ensure that that's all teed up. I've already alluded to the things that we're considering, whether or not it's interim decision, whether or not it's a conferencing and or further information and or we just invite the closing. We'll be looking to come to that determination as quickly as we can, but we want to see the site first, and we also need to digest some of the information that's going to be coming to us in the next week. Once the hearing is closed, we have no ability to reopen it, so it is a step that we take very, very clearly, very carefully. And so with that said, this hearing is adjourned pending the completion of the site visit and anything else we determine in terms of the pathway forward. If you have any questions around the pathway forward or something arises that you wish us to consider, please put that via or in the ordinary way by the hearings coordinator, and I'll do my best not to bump into you all around Tauranga. And I think, subject to the karakia, I think we are done. Is there anything else you wish to? Yes. No. So if I can invite the karakia.